Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. The World Cup is continuing today, and it's Australia versus Sri Lanka from Lucknow. Match number 14 of this men's Cricket World Cup for 2023. A must-win game for both Australia and Sri Lanka to keep their hopes of qualifying for the semi-finals alive. Whoever loses today, well, you can pretty much put a line through their chances of making it towards the knockout stage of the World Cup. Australia, bottom of the table, 0-2. They haven't won a game. They'll be hoping to make amends today, whereas Sri Lanka, they've had many different challenges posed to them in this World Cup. For them, they'll be looking to try and solve those challenges and conquer them. But the news is that Australia are going to be bowling first because Sri Lanka won the toss and they chose to bat first, trying to put a score on the board for Australia to chase down later on this evening. So that's the news of the toss here in Lucknow. Well, both teams are making their way out to the field. Cummins in the huddle talking to the team before the team goes out and gets ready with their bowling. And the Sri Lankan batters are walking out to the middle. Pathum Nissanka and Kusal Mendis, the openers. And they will be batting first, Sri Lanka, looking to put a score on the board. And Australia looking to bounce back after a very tough start to this World Cup campaign. For them, probably one of their worst starts to a World Cup in recent memory. Well, Pat Cummins said during the week that, we've rolled up our sleeves and we are going to work hard to try and bounce back. Well, can they do that? Well, let's see what they can do today against Sri Lanka. As Pathum Nissanka will take strike, 25 years old, an average of 37, over 1,400 runs in one-day cricket. He's only got 51 runs in 2 matches in this World Cup for Sri Lanka thus far. And at the other end is Kusal Pereira, his opening partner at the non-strikers end. He's been around for a while, Kusal Pereira. Not a bad career for Sri Lanka, and hasn't really made much runs in this World Cup. He's only made 7 runs and an average of 3.5 from the 2 games that Sri Lanka have played against South Africa and Pakistan. Mitchell Starc, as always, will be kicking off proceedings. Pretty good record in World Cups as well. 223 wickets for him and an average of 22 is not bad. 3 wickets in this tournament from the 2 games. And everyone did have at the start of the tournament that he should be up there as one of the leading wicket takers, but he's only taken 3 wickets from the 2 games, Mitchell Starc. But he will be opening up with the new ball as Australia will be hoping for early wickets in the first 10 overs of the power play, which they've struggled to do. Here we go. Mitchell Starc to begin proceedings. He's in now to Nissanka. And this one, 4, traps him on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW, not given by umpire Chris Gaffney. That was full and straight at the stumps. A good Yorker from Starc to begin proceedings. Bit of consultation with Starc and Cummins and co about a review here. That looked pretty good to me. Chris Gaffney did not give it out. So first ball of the match. And already Mitchell Starc has caused some problems for Pathum Nissanka. Good Yorker from Starc. We know that from Starc. He bowls good Yorkers. Right at the block hole, at the feet. Good start here for Australia. They need a good start. Let's have a look. Oh, well, I don't know why Australia reviewed that, because that came off the inside edge of the bat. Could be pad first. Chris Gaffney gave it not out, but looking at the replay here, could be the bat making contact with the ball. If that's the case, then a poor review from Australia first up. Oh, now then. What's the first contact with the pad before it hit the bat? That's the question that the third umpire will have to ascertain, but it's probably not going to hit the leg stump anyway. So not a good review from Australia. Poor review. That came off the bat. It was missing leg stump anyway. So Australia with the DRS problems again. Not a good review from Australia, but a good start from Mitchell Starc. That's the main thing. Good start. Trying to find his radar and his accuracy first up here. Starc in. This one left alone by Nasenka outside his off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. Good decision by umpire Chris Gaffney from New Zealand. He's standing in this match in his 83rd ODI. Good decision by him not to give that LBW out. And Joe Wilson, his partner at square leg, standing in his 88th ODI today. So good start by Australia here. First two balls of this innings, dot balls, as Starc continues from left arm over the wicket. And this one beats Nasenka past his outside edge, angling across, through to the keeper, no run. Good start by Starc, 3 dot balls, building the pressure nicely here. It's good from Starc, looking for that bit of movement if there is a bit of swing on offer, looking to get that outside edge. He nearly got it on that occasion. Australia looking to bounce back. Match number 14 of 45 for this World Cup. Bit of a long tournament. Still plenty of cricket to be played as Starc is in again. And this one down the leg side and through to the keeper. And it's going to be a wide. So the first runs for Sri Lanka. First runs for them in this innings. And it's an extra. It's a wide down the leg side. Starc just not quite getting the radar right there. That one down the leg side. Nasenka tried to get a bit of bat on that down to fine leg. But in the end, he did not make connection with it. And he will still be on naught off 3 balls. Starc in, who pulls out of his run out, just giving Kusal Mendes a bit of a warning for leaving his crease early at the non-striker's end. That's why Mitchell Starc aborted his delivery. Just warning Kusal Mendes. He's just leaving his crease a little bit too early there. A very controversial dismissal running out the non-striker, but Mitchell Starc just warning Kusal Mendes there. Starc in, this one full, an inside edge from Nasenka, can only get it out to mid-on for no run. It's a very good start from Starc, just the 1 run from it. It's the wide. Australia looking for early wickets in the power play. That's what they've struggled with in this World Cup. They haven't been able to pick up wickets here up front, but also in the middle overs as well, which is what they need to do. Hello, John. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for joining us. Mitchell Starc. He's fired up. He's in now to Nasenka. This one tucked around the corner by Nasenka, down to fine leg for the first boundary. And he's off the mark with a boundary. Sri Lanka, their first boundary. Mitchell Starc just straying on that leg stump line. And for Nasenka, he only wanted to get a bit of bat on that. Just tuck it around the hip, around the corner. That's what he did. And 4 runs, fine leg was a bit squarer. So Adam Zampa down there could not cut that boundary off. But so far, so good for both teams, you would say, in this first service. Starc in. This one full, flicked off, worked off the pads through square leg by Nasenka. It's running out to the deep square leg boundary for another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries to finish the over from Pathum Nasenka. Mitchell Starc just losing his line on those two deliveries to end the over. Very good shot from Pavan Masenko. And it's the end of the over. Good start for Mitchell Starc up front, but those last two deliveries just a little bit on the leg stump and on the pads. End of the over, none for 9. In a must-win game for both teams. Very important game for Australia. Get their World Cup back on track after losing the first 2 games. It's going to be Kusal Perera on strike. He's yet to face the ball. It's all been Pavan Masenko at the other end. He's 8 off 6, none for 9, as Josh Hazelwood is going to come into the attack from the other end. They're important to see Australia bowling better today. Hopefully a good bowling performance from them today. Need to have that energy in the field. They've been lacking that, as Hazelwood is in now to Perera. And this one left alone by Perera outside his off stump. Through to the keeper in Inglis for no run. Good start by Josh Hazelwood. Yes, Josh Hazelwood, not a bad one-day career. 120 wickets at an average of 26.35, which is pretty good. 4 wickets for him in this World Cup in the 2 matches at an average of 24.5. With an economy rate of 5.44, which is not bad. Hazelwood in. And this one defended by Perera. For no run. And Sri Lanka, it hasn't been a good start for them in this World Cup. They've lost their first 2 games. Lost against Pakistan in the last game that they played, and that was in Hyderabad. Really should have won that game, really. They made over 340, but the bowlers couldn't get the job done with the ball, and they struggled a bit there. But they did have some centurions in that game. Kusal Mendes, who's captain today, and Sakma Wakamaria also scored a century in that game. Hazelwood in to Perera. This one tucked off the hip by Perera. Behind square on the leg side, he will get off the mark. And it's a single. He's on 1. It's a leg by. So it came off the pad there. So yet to get off the mark. Kusal Perera. That one being a leg by. But not a bad start from Hazelwood. None for 10 for Sri Lanka. As they've won the toss, they batted first. John says, we do have to win this one in a confident manner. Can't really afford to just scrape over the line. Let's hope catching is improved this time. Yeah, that's right, John. I think a good, confident win, convincing win today will be what the doctor ordered for Australia. Hazelwood in. This one defended by Masenko to the offside. No run. Yeah, that's very important. It was a pretty ordinary fielding performance in the last game by Australia. Drop catches and misfields and fumbles, and you don't really associate that with Australia too often. So we need to bounce back in terms of the fielding effort today. But so far, so good. And, Sri Lanka are beatable. They do have their challenges. Hazelwood in. This one full driven by Masenko to mid-off. Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding, and there's no run. So hopefully for Australia, they would have reflected on the past 2 games and where they went wrong. A number of factors that have affected their play in this World Cup. Mindset, attitude, not executing their skills, not really up for the challenge or the contest. But so far, so good in this match here against Sri Lanka. The first couple of overs have been a good start as Hazelwood's in. This one defended by Masenko. For no run, it's the end of the over. None for 10 after 2. Good over from Josh Hazelwood. Just the leg by in the over. And Sri Lanka, none for 10 after 2. Very important for Australia to take early wickets in the power play. They can't afford to wait for the batting side to make a mistake. That's what they did against South Africa in the last game, and that didn't really work out all that well. Oh, milestones today in this match. Steve Smith needs 101 more runs to reach 1,000 runs in Cricket World Cups. Mitchell Starc needs one more wicket for 300 list day wickets. And for Sri Lanka, Theekshana, the spinner, he needs 5 wickets to get to 50 ODI wickets. Today's milestones in this match. Starc continuing to Pereira. This one defended by Pereira to the offside. And there is no run. Good start by Mitchell Starc. Looking for that swing. If there's any movement in the air, he will exploit that. He started well with a good Yorker first ball of the match, which Australia reviewed, but it clearly came off the bat and was missing leg stump anyway. But nonetheless, a good start from Starc and also Hazelwood at the other end. So Australia looking to build pressure, bowl good lines and lengths, and tie down the Sri Lankan openers, and hopefully pick out a few wickets in the first 10 overs of the power play. Put Sri Lanka back. Starc in. This one full. Played a miss by Pereira. Pass his outside edge. Through to the keeper. No run. Good from Mitchell Starc, enticing Pereira into the shot. Well, the table after 13 matches, it's India, New Zealand, South Africa, and Pakistan are the top 4. England had that shock loss to Afghanistan last night. And Australia, well, you don't see them on the bottom of any World Cup table. They're on the bottom. That's because of the net run rates. So they're slightly worse off than the Netherlands in terms of the net run rates. So that's why they're on the bottom of the table. But they can rectify that today. Starc in. This one defended by Pereira. Back to Starc for no run. Good from Mitchell Starc. Good from Australia. Some dot balls, building pressure. And we want to see a good fielding performance from Australia today. I think a good convincing victory will be what Australia will want today. Sri Lanka, tough start for them in this World Cup. Did it the hard way, had to go through the qualifiers. Just indicates where they are at as a team. They're still developing. They're still getting better as a team. And they're still developing as a young group. Starc in. This one full. Driven by Pereira. Can't beat Labuschagne at wide mid-off. And there is no run. It's good for Mitchell Starc. 4 dot balls. Looking for that swing. Pitching it up there on a fuller length. Looking for that swing, if there is any swing with this Kookaburra ball. Doesn't really swing for long, so Mitchell Starc, he's always been a consistent performer at World Cups for Australia. He's always taken a wicket in every World Cup match he's played since 2015, which he was a part of that campaign when Australia won in Australia. Starc in. This one on the pads and worked by Kusal Pereira down to find leg for a single. He's finally off the mark. He's 1 off 8, and Sri Lanka are done for 11 with 1 ball left of the 3rd over. Well, the advantage that Australia have today is that they've played here in Lucknow before against South Africa a couple of days ago. So they would know how this pitch plays. It's a fairly new relayed surface here in Lucknow. And for Sri Lanka, it's their first game at this venue. So that's something for Australia to cling on today. It's Starc in. And this one worked off the pads by Nissanka through backward square leg for at least a couple of runs. They'll come back for the second, I think. If they did come back for the second. Just wait until the score updates here. It's a little bit slow. I think they ran 2. It's just the score's not updating on the coverage, which is a little bit frustrating, a little bit behind on the graphics. But anyway, it's the end of the over from Starc. Not a bad over. Started well. It's the end of the over, none for 12. So they did run 2 off that last ball. End of the over, none for 12 after 3. Up Australia and Sri Lanka, they have a good history in World Cups against each other. Obviously played in 2 finals as Hazelwood continues. And in now to Nasenka. This one traps him on the pads. But clearly going down the leg side there from Hazelwood. Just catching the pads. Yeah, a bit high as well, but good start from Hazelwood. He's looking to just lock in on that line and length as he always does. Hazelwood in. And this one slapped through point for 4 from Kusul Pereira. Bit of width from Hazelwood, a bit short outside that off stump and slapped away by Kusul Pereira. He ain't going to miss out on that. He's a very good batter. Scored that impressive test century against South Africa many years ago. I think it was a few years ago now where he scored 150 odd and Sri Lanka won the match against South Africa in that test match. So he can definitely bat, Kusul Pereira. He's been around for a while. Fielder at point. Couldn't cut that off. They just went quickly past him and into the rope for a boundary. Hazelwood in. This one full punched down the ground. Pass mid-off. Another boundary for Kusul Pereira. Hazelwood just a little bit fuller, over pitching. Not quite getting the length right on the last 2 balls. Too short on the previous ball, and this one a little bit too full. Just a punch from Kusul Pereira. That's all it was. It was just a punch. Use the pace. That's all. Don't need to overhit it, and that's a nice shot in the V. So Hazelwood will be looking to rectify that and try and lock in on a good line and length here. Hazelwood in. And this one is defended to the leg side for no run by Kusul Pereira. As I said before, Sri Lanka and Australia have a good history in World Cups against each other. They've obviously played in 2 World Cup finals. One was back in 1996 where Sri Lanka won. And that was a big upset at the time. No one was really expecting Sri Lanka to win that 96 World Cup. And then in 2007 in the Caribbean, Australia won that final. The last time that Australia and Sri Lanka met in a World Cup final. So there's good history between Australia and Sri Lanka. Hazelwood in. This one short. Mistimed pull shot by Kusul Pereira. Goes through to the keeper. No run. A little bit too early with the shot there. Pereira. So good comeback from Hazelwood after getting smashed for 2 boundaries in back-to-back balls. Australia need an early wicket to break this opening partnership. So Hazelwood, last ball of his over now. He's in now. And this one back of a length, but defended to Smith at backward point for no run. It's the end of the over, none for 21 after 4. Sri Lanka, none for 21 after 4. And they will be hoping to set a total that is going to be challenging for Australia. And Australia would have learnt the lessons from the other night in the run chase against South Africa, where it didn't quite go right. Had a bat in these conditions in Lucknow, so at least that will put them in good stead in the run chase later on this evening. So not a bad start from both teams, Sri Lanka and Australia. Not a bad start. Both teams trying to get into the match, find their groove as Mitchell Starc continues. He'll be hoping to get the first breakthrough for Australia if he can. Starc in now to Nasenka. This one wide of the off stump, but left alone by Nasenka for no run. So not a bad start, Starc and Hazelwood. Bowling in tandem. It's been a good start. A little bit off their line of length, a little bit. but for most of the deliveries, they've been pretty good. And that's all about just doing the basics well with the ball. And Australia have struggled to do that. And they will need to just keep doing what they need to do, and that's hitting a good line and lane. Stark in. This one wide of the off stump and left alone again by Nisanka. Through to the keeper, no run. Bit of extra bounce from Stark. Josh Inglis had to jump and catch that one. So a bit of extra bounce as soon as it left the pitch after Nisanka left the ball. Josh Inglis, good take behind the stumps. Coming in, replaced Alex Carey in the last game. And he is now keeping in this game against Sri Lanka. So Australia made that change. Stark in, this one full. And not timed by Nisanka. Hit it on the up, but full short of Labuschagne at mid-off, no run. Sri Lanka none for 21. 3 dot balls in this over from Stark, the 5th over of this innings, and it's been pretty good from Stark in this over. Nisanka 10 off 13, Kusa Pereira 9 off 14. None for 21, the opening partnership for Sri Lanka. They won the toss. They chose to bat first. Kusa Mendes said, "We will have a bat first." Stark in. And this one full punched down the ground by Nisanka. And it will roll into the boundary for 4. And that's another boundary for Sri Lanka. Just a little bit too full there from Stark. Looking for that swing. It's not quite swinging at the moment. Just looking for that extra swing. Just sort of in the area there from Pathum Nisanka to capitalise on that. And he got it well enough down the ground for 4. Quick outfield. And a nice shot by Nisanka. He moves on to 14. That's his 3rd boundary. Stark in. This one short, defended on the back foot by Nisanka. No run. Well, already today, good signs from Australia. Good start with the ball. Yes, they've been a little bit too full at times, a little bit wayward with their line and length, but it's a much better start with the ball in terms of the energy and the mindset and the attitude. That's been the problem. You just need to be a bit better. Look switched on. Look to create that pressure in the field. Hunt in for the single inside the circle and build the pressure on the Sri Lankan batters. Stark in. He aborts his run-up again, Stark. He's warning Kusal Mendes. This is the 2nd time that he's warned Kusal Mendes for leaving his crease too early. That's the 2nd time he's done that, Mitchell Stark. And I won't be surprised if he does actually take the bails off. Well, Kusal Mendes was in his crease, so I think Mitchell Stark just testing the waters there. Well, we don't need any more controversies. Stark in. This one short and worked down to 3rd man by Nisanka for a single. It's the end of the over, none for 27. Sorry, none for 26. None for 26 after 5 for Sri Lanka in this match against Australia. Batting first. Nisanka on 15 off 16. Kusa Pereira 9 off 14. Good, solid start from Sri Lanka, but they will need to continue with. Well, it's a dominant record for Australia against Sri Lanka in World Cup matches. They've played 10 games. Sri Lanka have won 1, and Australia have won 8. And that's in the World Cup, in the history of the World Cup between the two teams. And obviously, that famous win for Sri Lanka was the World Cup final in 1996. And since then, they haven't done well against Australia in World Cup since that famous victory under Arjuna Rangatunga. So, Hazelwood continuing He's in now, and this one punched off the back foot by Nasanka to the fielder at cover for no run. Josh Hazelwood, none for 8 from his first 2 overs. Adam Zampa, he'll be important today. Adam Zampa will be looking for wickets and looking to make a good impact with the ball. Adam Zampa today. Sri Lanka, none for 26. Hazelwood in. This one back of the length, and Nasanka works it around to square leg. They'll come back for 2, thinking about the third, and they'll come back for the third easily. 3 runs there for Nasanka, moves on to 19. And good running from this pair. And Josh Hazelwood just getting on the pads a little bit too straight there. Worked off the pads nicely by Nasanka, and 3 runs onto the total for Sri Lanka. Hazelwood now in to Pereira. And this one short, pulled by Pereira. Down to deep backward square leg. Adam Zampa at fine leg, can't cut it off. It will roll into the boundary rope for 4. Now the boundary for Kusal Pereira and for Sri Lanka. Moving on nicely here. Josh Hazelwood. First short ball from him. Not quite right on the money. If you want to bowl a short ball, you want to get it up there around about the armpit, the head, the helmet. And that one just not really challenging. Kusal Pereira was able to get into a good position, swivel, and pull that to the boundary for 4. Hazelwood in, this one full, punched by Kusal Pereira to wide mid-off, and they come through for a single. Marnus Cybershane doing the fielding. It's pretty good in the field, Marnus. Good energy there from him. Got in behind it, cut it off. Released it, got the throw in. So that's a good sign from Marnus Cybershane that his fielding is pretty good. He's got that intent and energy, which Australia have been lacking in the first 2 games. Hazelwood in down to Nasanka. And this one back of length defended by Nasanka for no run. None for 34, Sri Lanka. 1 ball left of the 6th over. So it's been a very tidy start. You wouldn't say it's been a powerful, dominant start. It's been quite a tidy start. Australia, they'll be hoping to get a couple of wickets here if they can in the first 10 overs. Put Sri Lanka under pressure. Sri Lanka, some of their batters have struggled in this World Cup. Others have done really well. So if Australia can get rid of the top order early, then they can put pressure on the rest of the Sri Lankan batting lineup, who have struggled. Hazelwood in. This one full, punched off the back foot by Nasanka to the fielder at cover for no run. And it's the end of the over. End of the over, none for 34. None for 34 after 6. And Sri Lanka going along steadily here in Lucknow. And Australia looking to bounce back after a tough start to this World Cup. Not quite at their best. Not quite with that energy and not really in the contest as we've seen from Australia in this World Cup. They seem a little bit flat. Good performance today against Sri Lanka will rectify that. And for Sri Lanka, it's been a tough start for them in this World Cup as well. They've lost their first 2 games. Their last game against Pakistan was, well, they batted well. They made over 340, but Pakistan chased them down with ease in the end after a little bit of a stumble. But they were able to get the job done there, Pakistan. And Sri Lanka's bowlers were put under pressure. As Pat Cummins is into the attack now, replacing Stark, and he's in now. And this one down the leg side and worked off the hip by Kusu Pereira down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And Pat Cummins just not quite getting the line right there. On the leg stump, and a nice deflection from Kusu Pereira off his hip down to fine leg for a boundary. Just use the face of the bat, open the face of the bat, and just work it down to fine leg for a boundary. And that's what he did. Did it quite well. Cummins in. This one defended by Pereira to the offside, no run. Pat Cummins, captain, he's had so many challenges in this World Cup thus far. Fronting up to the media, talking about the team's performances and how the team are trying to turn things around today. So he's been under pressure, Pat. But hopefully a good performance from him today with the ball. Australia will certainly need him to take a few wickets up front here. Cummins in. And this one down the leg side. Plain a miss by Pereira. Through to the keeper, no run. On for 39 for Sri Lanka. Pereira and Nasenka have done well here, but they need to continue it on. It's a good start, and that's what it is. It's only a start, but we need to push on if Sri Lanka are to post a challenging total. Cummins in, this one, plain a miss by Pereira. Through to the keeper, no run. He was looking to cut that delivery through the point region, Pereira, but plain a miss, nearly got the outside edge. Through the keeper and no run. So Cummins in again. And this one, another plain a miss again from Kusu Pereira. This one kept a little bit low. He was attempting to pull that ball to the leg side. Plain a miss, through to the keeper, no run. Hands on heads from Pat Cummins and the rest of the Australian fielders. And that was not far away from collecting the stumps. Threw the shot too early there, Pereira. Looking to hit that ball out of the park. But good comeback there from Cummins. Cummins in. This one full and an inside edge from Pereira that trickles out to square leg for no run. Nearly chopped it onto his stumps. None for 39, Sri Lanka. One ball left at the 7th over. So it's been a reasonable start from Sri Lanka in the power play. It hasn't been a high-scoring power play in the first 10 overs, but it's been a reasonable start. The Sri Lankan supporters cheering their team on in the stands, supporting the team as Cummins in. This one short and defended to square leg for no run from Pereira. It's the end of the over, none for 39. After 7. Good comeback there from Cummins to finish the over. Seven overs completed, none for 39 for Sri Lanka. And they'll be hoping Australia to take a few wickets here. Sri Lanka won the toss, chose to bat first. Here in Lucknow. And both teams looking for a win. None and two, both teams are. And we're going to see some spin. Glenn Maxwell is going to come into the attack. So spin early. He bowled well in the last game, Glenn Maxwell. He didn't get hit for a boundary from his 10 overs. And he bowled really well. He's probably bowled a little bit better than Adam Zampa in this tournament, to be honest. Adam Zampa not quite at his best. So Glenn Maxwell doing his job as the second spin option. So he's going to come into the attack now. He's going to bowl his off spin. He's taken a few wickets in this World Cup. And he will be quite happy with how he's performing with the ball. And he's going to be into the attack now. Maxwell in now to Nasenka. This one down the leg side. It's going to be called wide by umpire Joel Wilson, who extends his arms out sideways. And he says that's a wide delivery. Got to re-bowl that one again. Glenn Maxwell. Maxwell in. This one cut by Nasenka, but only to the fielder out of cover for no run. Maxwell in. And this one worked to the leg side by Nasenka to mid-on, who fumbles, but they don't come back for the second. They just only run the single. Kusal Pereira on strike to Maxwell now. Glenn Maxwell beginning his spell. He's done quite well in this World Cup, actually, given Australia's struggles, but he's bowled better than Adam Zampa. Maxwell in. This one down the leg side. Maybe a bit of bat from Kusal Pereira. Maybe a bit of pad. We'll have to wait for the call by umpire Joel Wilson. Goes down to fine leg for a leg bye. Came off the pad. Another single onto the total for Sri Lanka. Yeah, that one just collecting the pad down the leg side and a leg bye in the end. Glenn Maxwell not quite getting his line right there. Maxwell in. This one short, play and a miss outside off stump. An attempted cut by Nasenka, but through to the keeper, no run. So here's Maxwell in again. And this one defended. Well, I think it's a play and a miss. Came off the gloves there of Inglis, I think. It trickles out to the offside behind square on the offside for no run. Oh, no, it came off the edge. A chance gone begging there for Inglis, but and this one defended by Nasenka for no run. It's into the over, none for 42. So a reasonable start from Glenn Maxwell to begin his bowling today. I think that was an opportunity from Josh Inglis there. I think came off the edge. Looking at the replay, probably did and just didn't quite get it into the gloves. But we'll have to see on the replay if that did come off the edge. And it was a chance. Obviously, Josh Inglis in the side for Alex Carey, who's being dropped. And it was a chance. Came off the outside edge. It did. Deflection. Josh Inglis not quite in sync with the ball. Not quite moving in sync when the ball did come towards him. And that one probably hit him on the thigh or something like that. So he didn't quite pick it up. But I suppose for Glenn Maxwell, he's creating some opportunities. Cummins to continue. He'll be bowling to Kusal Pereira. This one, a play and a miss by Pereira. Through to the keeper, no run. Yeah. Just have a look at that replay of that outside edge. Didn't quite pick it up, Josh Inglis. He did have one of those catches in the last game against South Africa where he didn't pick it up early and didn't quite glove it. But he's in the side for Alex Carey. They made that change, Australia, in the last game. Cummins in, this one worked off the pads by Kusal Pereira down to mid-on for a single. He moves on to 19. Nasenka's on 19. Both of them have faced 25 balls, and Sri Lanka are none for 43. 8.2 overs. Pat Cummins none for 6 for 1.2 overs. So it's been a tidy start from the 1996 Cricket World Cup winners in Sri Lanka. This one in a match where both teams have to win. A single down to third man by Nasenka. He moves on to 20 of 26. Sri Lanka none for 44. So Australia looking for that early breakthrough. They nearly had it in the last over with Josh Inglis and Glenn Maxwell, but Inglis could not pouch the catch. They either stick or they don't, those, I suppose, as a keeper. Josh Inglis not quite picking the ball up early and moving accordingly. Nonetheless, Cummins in, and this one not timed by Kusa Pereira. Defends it out to the fielder at cover for no run. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. I hope everyone's enjoying this World Cup. We've seen some very good cricket and some very ordinary cricket from some teams. Hello, Raj. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us, as always. None for 44, Sri Lanka. Kusa Pereira, 19 of 26. He's on strike to Cummins, who's a right arm over the wicket now to Kusa Pereira. The left-hander, this one on the pads, worked to square leg for a single by Pereira. He moves on to 20. None for 45 for Sri Lanka. Now, Australia will be hoping to break this partnership. Need an early wicket. That's the problem with Australia in this World Cup. They haven't been able to take wickets early in the power play. They need to take those wickets early in the power play, put pressure on Sri Lanka, and definitely do that. That's what they need to do here. Cummins in. This one worked off the pads by Nasenka, behind square on the leg side for a couple of runs in the end. And the over, none for 47. None for 47. Raj says, no early breakthroughs for Australia. No, Raj. They had an opportunity. Glenn Maxwell had a catch drop by Inglis. Caught an outside edge chance that didn't quite go into the gloves. So no breakthroughs yet for Australia, but they'll be hoping for one shortly. And Sri Lanka, none for 47 after 9. Maxwell in. This one a top edge, an attempted sweep by Kusa Pereira. Gets it over the keeper's head down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And that will bring up the 50 for Sri Lanka. That will bring up the 50 for Sri Lanka. 50 partnership this is. And Sri Lanka have started well. Maxwell in. This one defended by Pereira to the leg side. No run. None for 51 for Sri Lanka. Good start from them. And Australia looking to take a wicket. Maxwell in. This one full, defended by Pereira on the front foot for no run. Glenn Maxwell, he's done pretty well in this World Cup with the ball. He's bowled okay. He's probably bowled better than Zampa. Maxwell in. This one traps Pereira on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. Try to work to the leg side. Pereira missed it altogether. Hit him on the pad. Australia have already burnt a review already. They don't want to burn another one. And umpire Joel Wilson says not out. And Pat Cummins says we're not going to review that. He says well done to Glenn Maxwell. And it's a dot ball. Maxwell in, and this one worked by Pereira, but he only finds the fielder at point, and that's where Steve Smith does the fielding. No run. This LBW shout, let's have a look. It was probably going down leg, maybe clipping the leg stump, but going down leg, so Joel Wilson gave it not out. Maxwell in, this one full, defended by Pereira to cover, no run. And that's the end of the over. Raj, you say, would have loved Mendes opening in this one. A quick fire power play for Sri Lanka would have gone far, far better. Raj says it's a beautiful stadium, by the way. Yeah, it's not a bad stadium. I believe it was recently built in preparation for this World Cup here in Lucknow. But it's a very good stadium. End of the over, none for 51 after 10. End of the first power play. We're into the second power play now. So a tidy start by Sri Lanka. Australia need early wickets in the power play. That's been the problem with Australia. They haven't taken wickets in the first 10 overs of the first power play. So they'll need to pick up a couple of wickets here, break this partnership, get into Sri Lanka's batting. And that's what they need to do right here. So Pat Cummins to continue. Cummins in. This one full, defended to mid-wicket from Nissanka. No run. And Raj says, yeah, it's named after former Indian Prime Minister. Well, thank you for that, Raj. And yes, to say, Raj, the design is very pretty. Not sure how the wickets will play out, though. It's a new laid surface. So with the surface has been relaid. So it'll be interesting to see how these wickets play. Cummins in, this one back of a length, defended by Nissanka, no run. And Raj, you say, even the same pitches behave slightly differently. Yeah, they have. Yes, say, Raj, in all the grounds, by the way. They have. Let's have a look at this LBW shout. It was out. Australia should have reviewed it. That was hitting the leg stump, and Joel Wilson gave it not out. And that was the previous LBW shout. Australia already burnt a review, and we know the history with the DRS. They could have had their first wicket if they reviewed it. It was crashing into the leg stump. Cummins in, this one short outside off stump and cut away nicely by Nissanka through point for a boundary. Well, Australia should have had the first wicket, but that's an indication of a team that's not playing well. You tend not to think things clearly, and that's just the way it goes. So that Glenn Maxwell previous LBW shout in the previous over, Joel Wilson gave it not out, and he probably thought it was spinning down leg and missing leg stump, but it wasn't missing leg stump. It was hitting leg stump, and Australia should have reviewed it, and they would have had the first wicket. But they've already burnt a review, so they didn't want to burn another one and didn't want to take the risk. Cummins in. This one is a drop and run by Nissanka on the offside, and he'll pick up a single. He moves on to 27. Now Sri Lanka none for 56. And Australia would have had the first breakthrough. But as I said before, that's just an indication of a team, when nothing's going right, you tend to miss out on these things. But it was clearly hitting the leg stump. Anyway, Cummins in. This one short, pulled by Kusal Pereira, down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 25. None for 57 for Sri Lanka. It's a promising start, but there's still a long way to go. They have to keep it up. If they lose a couple of wickets, then it will make it a little bit difficult for them. But the pitch, playing okay. Not too many gremlins or demons on the surface. It's a pitch that's playing okay. May get better under lights tonight. Yeah, we shall see. Cummins in. This one short, pulled, falling short of Labuschagne at square leg. There by Nissanka. Dot ball to finish. End of the over. Raj says, it's a really sorry state to see that a part-timer has been Australia's best bowler for what I can tell, a third time in a row. Yes, to say, Raj, to introduce Maxwell in the 8th over, I mean, it's not even a chop-out over. They generally brought him in for wickets. Well, he's bowling better than Adam Zampa. It's the end of the over, none for 57 after 11. He's bowling better than Adam Zampa. Glenn Maxwell, he's done an okay job. And Australia need a win today to bounce back, get back into this World Cup. You would think they should get the job done today, given how Sri Lanka have played in this World Cup. Their bowling's a little bit struggling at the moment. Some of their batters have been doing well, but others have struggled as well. Maxwell in. This one short outside off stump. And Pereira works it to deep backward point. David Warner does the fielding. They'll come back for a couple of runs. And Pereira moves on to 27. He's been around for a while, Kusu Pereira. Good fielding there from David Warner. Good to see that from Australia. Maxwell in. This one worked off the pads by Kusu Pereira. Down to fine leg for a single. None for 60 for Sri Lanka. Promising start. 27 for Nasanka, 28 for Kusu Pereira. It's a good start, nearly the end of the 12th over. And Australia will be looking to get their first breakthrough. They could have had 2 wickets by now. There was a drop catch by Inglis, and there was a missed review that wasn't reviewed. And it was clearly hitting the leg stump, which Australia didn't take the review. Maxwell in. This one worked down the ground by Nasanka for a single. Glenn Maxwell coming back from injury and recovering from that very dramatic injury that he had. Maxwell in. And this one traps Kusu Pereira on the pads. There's an appeal from Maxwell for LBW, but this one going down the leg and it's not out. Dot ball. Have a look here. Yeah, that one going down leg, not given by Joel Wilson again. Maxwell in. And this one down the leg side, but worked by Pereira to square leg for a single. Raj says, how good was yesterday's game, by the way? It was amazing. As soon as a wicket Wood fell, I would turn it on to watch, and then they start hitting boundaries, so I switched it off. Maxwell in. And this one worked down the ground by Nasanka for a single to win the over. End of the over, none for 63 after 12. Yes, Afghanistan. What a win against England. England didn't quite play at their best in that game, and they haven't played well in this World Cup. And it was a pretty good win by Afghanistan. One of their most historical wins in their history. And no one saw that coming, but we've seen some good upsets over the years in cricket and World Cups, and that was one of them. Raj says, the loop continued until their 8th wicket. Mitchell Starc brought back into the attack. He's hoping Pat Cummins that he can get a breakthrough here. None for 63 after 12. Good start by Sri Lanka. Australia will be looking for the wickets. And they'll be hoping for a couple of wickets here just to break the momentum and the innings here of Sri Lanka as Starc's in. This one full and worked down to a third man by Nasanka for a single. He moves on to 30. Sri Lanka none for 64. Stark in. This one full, playing a miss by Kusal Pereira to through the keeper, no run. Yes, that win. Afghanistan winning by 69 runs. They made 284 all out and England all out for 215 in the chase. A very good win for Afghanistan in World Cup cricket. And for England, their World Cup campaign defence is in tatters a little bit. Stark in, this one full, worked off the pads by Kusal Pereira, down to fine leg for another boundary. And Sri Lanka move on to none for 68. It's a good start, but all that can change with a couple of wickets for Australia. They'll be hoping to search for the first wicket here. That one came off the pads there. So worked off the pads, literally, by Kusal Pereira down to the boundary for 4. Leg buys. Maybe he got a bit of bat on that as well, but Kusal Pereira, boundary number 6 for him. Stark in, this one full, flicked off the pads by Kusal Pereira, but only out to the fielder at deep square leg for 1. He moves on to 34, Sri Lanka none for 69. Raj says, it wasn't even that Afghanistan were their absolute best. They had run-outs and misfields and they struggled a bit too. Then they came out on top. Well, they started well with the bats. And then they backed their spinners to defend the total. And that's what they did. And Majib and Rashid Khan. And they did pretty well there. England just didn't quite bat well. And you have to say, Raj, they didn't bat out their whole 50 overs. No, they didn't. But they still managed to win as Stark continues to Nasanka. Pulls out again, Mitchell Stark. Not quite happy with how he took off there. So he's aborted his delivery. He's going to re-bowl that one again. Silver Rahul says, is Lucknow Stadium spin friendly? Well, we saw in the IPL that the games that were played here in the IPL, many teams struggled because it did spin and it did keep low and slow. But they have relayed the surface for this World Cup here in Lucknow. Stark's in. This one full defended by Nasanka for no run. It's the end of the over. It's none for 69. Sorry. There's still one ball left. Raj has been out and open in the sun for this long. I doubt it is still sticky. Sri Lanka none for 69. One ball left to 13th over. It's been a good start by Sri Lanka. Australia looking for their first wicket. Stark in. This one short, pulled by Nasanka to the fielder at deep square leg for 1. It's the end of the over. It's none for 70 after 13. So Australia struggling again to take wickets up front. That's been the problem in this World Cup for them. They haven't taken a wicket up front in the power play. Already the partnership is none for 70. They need a wicket fast. They would have had a couple of wickets by now if they reviewed a decision that was given not out, but it was actually out. It was hitting leg stump off Glenn Maxwell. There was a drop chance of Glenn Maxwell for Inglis. So they would have had a couple of wickets here now, Australia. But anyway, that's just the way cricket goes. Silver Rahul says, was Stonis dismissal in the last match a mistake? What is the exact rule? Yes, I did see that. It was. From what I saw, the ball hit the bat handle. The glove was not in contact with the handle. So for the glove to be part of the bat, it has to be in contact with the handle. If not, then it's not out. And just a mistake was made there. But if the ball hit the top hand of the glove, so it hit the top glove, that's still in contact with the bat, that would have been out. But it hit the bottom glove, Stonis took it off, the ball hit the handle, so it's not out. So to simplify it, the glove has to be in contact with the bat handle to be considered to be a part of the bat, which is what the law says. It goes into further details, but that's pretty much what the law says. It's pretty straightforward. If the glove's on the handle of the bat, then it's a part of the bat. If it's not, as we saw with the Stonis controversial dismissal, then it's not out. But Richard Kettleborough made a bit of an error there. Adam Zampa's into the attack. Hasn't started well. This one's a poor delivery, dragged down, short, pulled away for 4. Not a good start from Adam Zampa. He's got to be better than that. That was absolutely pathetic, that ball, if we can say that. Not a good start. Got to be better than that. Australia need him to stand up. That's just a hit-me ball. That's asking to be hit to the boundary. So not good enough from Adam Zampa. He's got to be better than that. Zampa in. And this one tossed up. Bit of turn away from the off stump. Left alone by Nasanka through to the keeper, no run. Raj says, if the senior countries are looking for pace and bounce, then we have the 1KT Stadium in Mumbai, Eden Gardens in Kolkata, and the HPCA Stadium in Dharamshala. This one driven down the ground for 4 from Nasanka. Another boundary in the over for him. Adam Zampa has not started well. It's been a pretty poor, pathetic start from him, really, if I can say that, if we have to be blunt. That's wrong. Came out of the back of the hand, and he didn't quite land it. It was in the slot, too full. Got to be better than this, Adam Zampa. It's not good enough. Australia need him to take wickets. Because already Sri Lanka are none for 78. It's a good start, and Australia have struggled to take wickets early on in the power play. Zampa in. This one cut by Nasanka, but only to point, and there's no run. That's why Australia haven't been at their best in this World Cup. It's been pretty substandard from them. So they will need to pull up their socks and dig in. Zampa in. This one tossed up, driven by Nasanka, but only to the fielder at short cover for no run. Zampa in. And this one is worked down to long on by Nasanka for a single. It's end of the over. None for 79 after 14. So Australia need a wicket. None for 79 after 14. They could have had a couple of wickets if they reviewed one. If Josh Inglis caught that catch of Glenn Maxwell, they could have had both of these openers out, but they haven't done that. It's just an indication of how they're playing, really. Raj says, my question is not about the Stonis dismissal. What if the glove that touched the ball, which is not in contact with the bat, is in fact in contact with the glove that is in contact with the bat? Is that out? Well, as Mitchell Stark continues, this one full and driven to mid-off for a quick single by Nasanka. Moves on to 41, and Sri Lanka are none for 80. Well, as long as the glove's in contact with the bat, Raj, in terms of with the handle, and the ball brushes the glove, then it's out. It's pretty clear in terms of what constitutes the glove to be a part of the bat. But I'll probably need to read up on the law there, Raj, and get back to you. But it's pretty straightforward. As long as the bat's in contact with the bat, holding the glove, holding the bat, which is the handle, then if it brushes the glove, the ball, then it's out. But if it's not holding the handle, then it's not out. So That one down the leg side by Stark, and it's called wide. So Australia looking for the first breakthrough, none for 80 after 14.1 overs, so 15 further. Mitchell Stark hoping for the first breakthrough. Stark in, this one full, and worked to the fielder at mid-wicket. Mitchell Marsh does the fielding. Nasanka couldn't get past Mitchell Marsh there at mid-wicket for no run. Raj says, so the glove that is considered a part of the bat because it is in contact is touching the other glove, which isn't. Shouldn't that be given out? Well, with the Marcus Stonis one, if it brushed the top glove, then it would still be out because one glove's holding the bat. Whereas if it hit the glove not holding the bat, then it's not out because it's not in contact with the bat. Stark in, this one full and outside edge. Down to third man for a single from Nasanka. Sri Lanka move on to none for 81. Raj says, is the other glove, by extension, considered the part of the bat? Well, it wouldn't, Raj, because it's not in contact with the handle. So if you have one glove on the handle and the other one not on the handle, as we saw with Marcus Stonis, then the other glove is a part of the bat that's holding the handle, and the other one is not in contact with the handle, so it's not a part of the bat. And if it brushes the gloves, then it's not out. So Stark in, this one full, driven to mid-off by Nasanka for no run. So I hope that answers your question there, Raj. But I will need to read up the law again just to see what other factors should be considered. But after all, it is cricket, and it does get a little bit complicated sometimes for those people who haven't played with the game. Stark in, this one worked off the hip down to deep backward square leg for a single. Raj says, but it is in contact with the glove that is in contact with the handle. Not talking about the Stonis, a Stonis in this case, by the way. Yes, say Raj, because it's a bit confusing with my take. Yeah, but it's pretty straightforward. As long as the glove's in contact with the handle, then it's out. If it's not, then it's not out. This one full, punch down the ground to mid-on for a single. Good fielding by Maxwell to prevent the boundary. It's the end of the over, none for 84. After 15 overs. Good start by Sri Lanka. It hasn't been a high-scoring start. The first 10 overs wasn't high-scoring, but these two have batted well. Australia should have had a couple of wickets. They didn't review an LBW, which should have been given out, but it wasn't given out. It was hitting leg stump off Glenn Maxwell. There was another one, a tough drop catch that Inglis dropped behind the stumps off Glenn Maxwell. So they could have had a couple of wickets here, Australia, but Sri Lanka have started well, none for 84 after 15. The openers are doing a good job, but Australia, if they can pick up a couple of wickets here, then they'll be feeling good. And 15 overs, none for 84. Second power play. And Sri Lanka have started well. But the problem with Australia, they haven't been able to take those wickets up front in the power play. That's been the problem for them in this World Cup. And we've seen it today again. They need to rectify those problems. Take wickets and look threatening. And just build pressure with dots. Too many singles and too many boundaries and just strain off your line and length, which is the problem for Australia, but a couple of wickets are required just to break this partnership, get a new batter in. If they can do that, obviously Kusum Mendes is in good touch, and also scored a century in the last game against against Pakistan, but also Sakma Wakamaria. He also scored a century against Pakistan in the last game as well. So if Australia can break this partnership, a couple of wickets here, really get into the middle order of Sri Lanka, get into the tail. It's quite a inexperienced batting lineup when it comes to the tail end for Sri Lanka. If they can do that, Australia exploit that, then they can definitely restrict Sri Lanka to a score that they can chase down. But at drinks, none for 84 after 15 for Sri Lanka. So it's a promising start for them. And Australia will be looking to rectify that at the end of this drinks break, looking to do it again. As I said, Australia should have had a couple of wickets here. That LBW one, Glenn Maxwell to Kusal Perera, that one hit him on the pad. It was hitting leg stump. Joel Wilson didn't give it out. He thought it was turning too much to miss leg stump, but it wasn't. It was hitting leg stump flush. And Australia didn't review it. They were considering reviewing it, but they already burnt a review because of the Mitchell Starc review first ball. And then the drop catch of Josh Inglis. So come on, Australia. It's not that difficult to lift yourselves up. Do the basics right and get back on track today, because whoever loses today, it's going to be tough for them to come back 9-3. And you would think that Australia should be able to learn the lessons. But anyway, John, you say, story of Australia's tournament so far, missed chances and opportunities. As Adam Zampa continues after drinks. Raj, you say it's Samra Wick Rama. I do apologize for the pronunciation. It's the names, always very hard pronouncing them. John says this is building up like an old school ODI. Zampa in. This one down the leg side, quarter wide by Joel Wilson. And good take by Inglis down the leg side. Zampa in. This one down the leg side again. And got a bit of bat on this, Kusal Perera. Mitchell Starc comes around at fine leg to cut that off for a couple of runs. And the Sri Lankan openers have done well. It's been a tidy start. They've punished the bad balls, and they've played some good cricket shots, Sri Lanka. But for Australia, they just need a couple of wickets, break the opening partnership, get into Sri Lanka's middle order. Zampa in. This one swept well for 4 to deep mid-wicket from Kusal Perera. And that's a poor delivery from Adam Zampa. It's just not good enough from him. He hasn't bowled well in this tournament. Glenn Maxwell's bowled better than him, if we're honest. Hasn't really bowled well at all. And that's not a good delivery. And that's a very good shot from Kusal Perera. And he's been around for a while, Kusal Perera. He's played some good innings in his career in all formats as Zampa in. This one defended by Perera for no run. Raj says the 1996 finals flashback. He has to say De Silva, Rangatunga, Jay Surya. Yeah, what a team. Yeah, it was a good team that they had. Zampa in. This one worked off the pads. by Pereira behind square on the leg side for no run. So a good comeback from Adam Zampa after getting hit for the boundary. Now, Raj says it's understandable. They are extremely long names. Well, they are. Chamindavasa's name's quite long. That's pretty much a mouthful to pronounce his name. It's quite long. But they do have long names, Sri Lanka. Very hard to pronounce. Now, that one a dot ball by Zampa. So he's done well after the boundary. Zampa in. Well, worked off the pads by Kusa Pereira, looking for a quick single. In the end, it was turned down by Nisanka. Direct hit at the stumps. Chris Gaffney didn't really want to go up, but the Australian team said, no, just have a look just in case. It's the end of the over, none for 91. Well, a good piece of fielding there with that direct hit, but I think he was home, Kusa Pereira. He wanted to go for the single. Turned back by Nisanka at the last minute. Not risking a run out. Let's have a look. And he got the bat home in time. So no problems there for Kusa Pereira. He still survives. And good piece of fielding from Labuschagne with that direct hit. Always hits the stumps in the field. So this will be not out, and a straightforward decision by the third umpire. So not a bad finish from the over from Zampa. 4 dot balls to finish the over after the wide and the couple of runs and the 4. 42 for Nisanka off 46, 42 off 50 for Kusa Pereira, none for 91 after 16 for Sri Lanka. They're going well. A good run rate of 5 and over. Marcus Stonis is into the attack for the first time today. He's in. This one short, balled by Nisanka to deep square leg for 1. Sean Abbott does the fielding, and he moves on to 43. John, you say Zampa has lost all control lately. I think Kerry said earlier there is some suggestion of him carrying a hip niggle. Yeah, they did say he was a little bit sore. That's why Adam Zampa didn't play the warm-up matches. He was a bit sore. So he may be carrying some niggle or some injury or some discomfort. As Stonis continues, this one, full on the leg stump, worked by Pereira down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 43. Australia needs something. They need a spark. They need a wicket or 2 here. Get it. Sri Lanka 2 down for 90-odd here. Break this opening partnership. It's been a little bit flat again from Australia. Got to have some energy in the field, and that's been the problem with Australia. They just haven't really switched on in this World Cup, really. Well, today's the day to switch on and get back on track. Stonis in. This one defended by Nisanka to the leg side. No run. Raj says, my close friend lives in Lucknow, by the way. He's in 2 minds. If he should go to watch this game, he wanted to go for Australia and South Africa, but stayed in and was indeed happy by his choice as the game was highly one-sided. Well, thank you for that, Raj. Well, if he wants to go and watch the game, he can. If he's not far away from the ground, go and watch a World Cup match. Stonis in. This one short and dropped. At mid-wicket, a tough chance. It came quick. They come through for a couple of runs. It was a tough chance there at mid-wicket. It was Marcus Labuschagne. Marcus Stonis bowled the short ball. And that pull shot there at mid-wicket. Got a hand to it, Labuschagne. Came fast and quick. And stuck out the one hand, just an instinct reaction. Pathum Nisanka absolutely creamed that pull shot to Marcus Labuschagne, but a tough chance so for Labuschagne, but he holds very high standards in the field. But they come quick, those, especially if you time them well. And that one worked down to deep backward square leg for a single from Nisanka. Moves on to 46, Kusa Pereira on 43, Sri Lanka none for 96. Raj says, I've been urging him to go to the ground. is 15 minutes away walking distance. Well, it's not that far. You can go for a walk and watch the game. Stonis in. This one's short, and this one's hit Kusal Perera on the helmet. He rips off his helmet quickly. That one got him in an awkward place. Dot ball to finish. It's in the over, none for 96. Kusal Perera just a little bit in discomfort there with that short ball that hit him there from Marcus Stonis. Just took the helmet off straight away, so he'll have a concussion test and get checked out there. Let's hope he's okay. He's walking. He seems to be okay. Just a little bit shaken up by that blow to the helmet. So a bit of an aggression there from Marcus Stonis in terms of a short ball. That's what we want to see from Australia, that aggressive approach in terms of bowling short balls and testing the batters. Obviously, you don't want the batters to be hurt, of course. Let's hope Kusal Perera is okay. He's getting checked out by the doctors and the physio, just making sure that he's okay and not feeling too... not feeling the effects of concussion, but he did seem shaken up by that as soon as it hit him. That bouncer there from Marcus Stonis. He seems to be okay. Having a drink of water, and he seems to be fine. So that's good signs for him and for Sri Lanka. Yes, he did rip off the helmet quickly. But he's still having a discussion with the physio and with the doctor. He looks a little bit in discomfort. Kusal Perera seems to be okay. So he's going to continue at least. He's not going to retire hurt, which he can if he wants to, if he needs to. But he seems to be okay and be looking to continue his innings. He will get a new helmet because the other helmet's been compromised. So he'll get a new helmet. He's smiling, so he's in good spirits. Raj says you can actually see his home from the Jones shot, by the way. Really? Wow. So he doesn't really live that too far away from the ground. Raj says, cricket is finally confirmed in the LA 28 Olympics. The confirmation came today after the IOC meeting in Mumbai. Yes. Yep, in the Olympics, and it'll be interesting to see how the format goes. Obviously, in terms of the cutoff point, how many teams there are going to be in the Olympics. Obviously, the USA will be there because they're the host nation. But I suppose that can only be a good thing, promoting the sport around the world in the Olympics. In the form of T20, of course. Because the Olympics are in a tight time frame. John says, well, that's the last nail in the coffin for ODIs. Yes, say Raj, Mumbai Indians owner, Nita Ambani, is a member of the International Olympics Committee. That's news even to me. And yes, say Raj, yes, ODIs is going downhill fast. Raj says 6 to 8 teams, I reckon. I don't think they'll allow more. I don't think they will allow more than that. So probably the top teams in the rankings in T20 cricket will qualify for the Olympics, plus the USA, of course, who will be the automatic qualifiers because they're the host nation of the Olympics, of course. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes in a few years' time in the Olympics in LA for cricket. First time it's back since the 1900s. Zampa to continue after that delay. And this one defended by Nissanka for no run. He's on 46. Pereira on 43. Sri Lanka none for 96. Into the 18th over now. Adam Zampa in this one. Tossed up, driven down to long off by Nissanka for a single. Moves on to 47. None for 97 for Sri Lanka. So Australia, where are they going to get their opening wicket? They need a wicket here to break the partnership first and foremost and break the flow of runs. So they can get a wicket or two here, get into the middle order of Sri Lanka, get into the tail. That will be the plan. Zampa in. And this one up and over, mid-off. Won't quite get to the boundary. We'll plug. Glenn Maxwell will cut it off for 2. And Kusu Pereira moves on to 45. Sri Lanka none for 99. What we've seen from the pitch, it looks pretty good. Not too much spin. Not too many deliveries misbehaving. Looks an okay surface. Not too many gremlins in the surface. So hopefully for Australia in the run chase tonight, it will get better under lights with the dew and that factor that's been talked about in this World Cup in terms of batting under lights, so the dew factor. Zampa in, and this one, an outside edge down to third man for no run by Kusu Pereira. Started well, Sri Lanka. Good opening partnership. Nissanka and Kusu Pereira of adding here. 99 without loss for the opening wicket. Zampa in. This one down the leg side. An attempted sweep by Pereira. It's going to be called a wide. Good take by Josh Inglis. Whipped off the bails there, but it's a wide, and the 100 partnership is up for Sri Lanka with that wide. But things can change quickly, as we know. A couple of wickets here and there. New batters in at the crease. Zampa in, and this one defended to mid-wicket. And it's no run. It's the end of the over. It's none for 100. Oh, sorry. We had the wide, so 1 ball left. Raj says, ICC is really going hard to have one big tournament every year. Zampa in, this one short, dragged down, pulled away by Pereira, but only out to the sweeper in the deep on the leg side. Sean Abbott cuts it off for 2. It's the end of the over, none for 102. Raj says ICC is going really hard to have one big tournament every year. I reckon T20 World Cups will become once every 4 years with the cycle of Champions Trophy, T20 World Cup, and the original World Cup and the Olympics. Well, that is definitely the plan of having a tournament every year. We've already had 3 tournaments in 3 years. 2 T20 World Cups back to back, and obviously the World Cup this year. So that's definitely the plan that the ICC have, Raj, but just playing a little bit too much cricket. That's the problem. Too much cricket. You can't really fit everything in. So Marcus Stonis to continue, and he will be bowling to Nissanka. This one full defended to the leg side by Nissanka, no run. John says a run out or a miss hit from Sri Lanka seems the best chance of a wicket. It looks like that. It's not a bad surface. It looks pretty comfortable for batting there, but things can change. A couple of wickets Sri Lanka here and there. Australia just need to get the first one. If they get the first one, then hopefully that will get them on a bit of a roll. But these two are batted comfortably. But it's a good start from Sri Lanka, but it's only a start. They have to kick on. If they don't kick on, well, they may struggle a bit. Stonis in. This one full. Worked off the pads by Nasanka to backward square leg for 1. He moves on to 48. Raj says they could even do this with the Chess Championship with a 4-year cycle, home and away series on all side, and then the final with a 3-game series. I think the downfall of ODIs, this can indeed become a reality. Stonis in. And this one dispatched down the ground by Kusal Pereira. Goes through the hands of Marcus Stonis. It was no chance of him to catch that. Down the ground, and will bring up Kusal Pereira's 50. And he moves on to 51. Didn't quite time that, Kusal Pereira. Could have easily gone into the hands of Stonis, but he got enough on it. Went through the hands of Stonis. Didn't really touch it, really. Just went through the hands too quick. Down the ground for a boundary. The Sri Lankan fans waving the flags. Happy with that. Stonis in. This one on the leg stump. Worked off the hip through backward square leg from Kusal Pereira. David Warner does the fielding. And they'll just only run a single. None for 108. Nearly the end of the 19th over. Good platform from Sri Lanka being set. Good opening partnership. And Australia at the moment, this has been their problem. They haven't been able to take wickets in the middle overs. They just haven't done that in the last few games in this World Cup. Against India and South Africa, they didn't do that. Stonis in. This one full defended by Nasanka for no run. So just a wicket. A wicket will change things here for Australia. Just got to be patient and just build pressure. We haven't seen too many dot balls back to back, so stop the single, stop the boundary ball, and build pressure with dots. And then that can bring about the wicket. Go back to basics with the ball. Stonis getting ready to bowl his final delivery to Nasanka. He's in now. This one's short. And Inglis got a bit of glove on that. Did he get a bit of bat on that? I don't think he did, Nasanka. It'll be interesting to see what the call is, either buys or runs or wides. I don't think he got any bat on that, I don't think. Inglis. We'll have to see when we come back because John says, the problem with the World Test Championship is not all nations play each other or play the same amount or tests in any given cycle. No, they don't. That's one of the problems, that they don't do that. That's the end of the over. It's none for 110. Yeah, that's the problem with the World Test Championship. The point system and the number of series in terms of test matches in each series, no one plays the same amount, so which is a concern there. Well, we've got some interesting matches in this World Cup to come. We've got South Africa and the Netherlands tomorrow, and then the next day we've got New Zealand and Afghanistan. It could be an interesting match. Afghanistan full of confidence after the win against England. Then you've got New Zealand and Afghanistan, as I mentioned. Then you've got India and Bangladesh. You've got Australia and Pakistan, Netherlands and Sri Lanka, England and South Africa for the second week of the World Cup. As we get towards the end of this tournament, which is approaching very quickly. Glenn Maxwell will continue. None for 12 from his 3. He's bowled okay in this World Cup. He'll be hoping for a breakthrough. Australia need one badly. Maxwell in. And this one, a single to the offside by Kusal Pereira. None for 111 for Australia. Raj says all the nations... Raj says all the nations not play each other is specifically added because of India, Pakistan. Else that is really not needed. Well, yes, well, that's the problem that the World Test Championship faces in terms of that. Maxwell in, this one on the pads, worked out to a deep square leg for a single, moves on to 49, Nasenka, approaching his 50. So a couple of batters batting well here. Nasenka, 49 or 57. Kusal Pereira, 53 or 59. Australia need a couple of wickets here and there. Stem the flow of runs. Maxwell in. Defended by Kusal Pereira to the offside, no run. Well, Glenn Maxwell, he would have had a wicket early today. He was crashing into the leg stump, and it was Kusal Pereira at the time. Umpire Joel Wilson didn't give it out, and Australia didn't review. Maxwell in, this one short and wide outside off stump, and cuts away by Pereira to deep point for one. He moves on to 54. Nasenka's on 49. None for 113, nearly the end of the 20th over for Sri Lanka. And it's a good platform. It hasn't been fast scoring from Sri Lanka, but they've managed to tick over the run rate quite well. Maxwell in, this one on the pads, worked down to fine leg for one, and that will bring up Nasenka's 50. Round of applause from the dugouts. 50 off 58 for him in this partnership of 114. Which is not bad. Maxwell in. This one defended for no run. It's the end of the over, none for 114. Not a bad over from Maxwell, just the 4 from it. 20 overs completed, 30 overs. Oh, sorry, my mistake. 20 overs completed, none for 114. And Australia looking for the first wicket here. If they can break this partnership, get Kusal Mendes in, get him out early because he's coming off a century in the last game that he scored against Pakistan. Sri Lanka, the problem is their bowling, really. Their bowlers are a bit manned in terms of injuries that's plagued them before this World Cup. Not having Hasaranga in the side. Their other key bowlers, they've been under the pump there in the bowling. So that's definitely their weakest link. Their batting, some of their batters have performed, others have not. As Josh Hazelwood comes back into the attack. This one worked off the pads by Nasenka to deep square leg for 2. And he moves on to 52. So that's the test for Sri Lanka this evening. How will their bowlers go about things? Because that is their weakest link. Their batting is more of their strongest suit in this World Cup. Raj says Sri Lanka need to move on now without risking anything. They have been scoring easily at 6 and over. They can really up the ante here. With 0 wickets, go hard. Mendes will take it up after that. Hazelwood in. This one cut. Beats backward point for 4 by Nasenka. David Warner was down there, couldn't cut it off. Quick outfield. He moves on to 56. Off 60. Sri Lanka none for 120. Josh Hazelwood just a little bit short and outside off stump. That's not where you have to be to Nasenka because he's going to latch on that. Backward point there. Couldn't cut that off and raced into the boundary. So what we can tell is that the pitch is pretty good. There's not too many gremlins or demons on the surface. So it's a pretty good surface to bat on. Not much turn, not much uneven bounce or anything like that. So it's pretty good for batting at the moment. Hazelwood in. This one defended by Nasenka to the offside. No run. Kusal Pereira. He's been around for a while. He's played some good knocks in his career, especially that match-winning century in Durban, where Sri Lanka won that test match against South Africa couple of years back, made 150 plus in that game, in that run chase where Sri Lanka needed to chase more than 300 plus to win. And they got the job done. Hazelwood in. This one defended again by Nasenka to point. No run. And Australia, yet again, struggling to take wickets up front in the power play, and they've struggled to take wickets in the middle overs as well. They're just sort of waiting for a mistake to happen. You really need to create something. You can't just wait for the batters to make a mistake. You've got to create something, build pressure. They haven't done that. Build dot balls. Everyone hunt in for the single and cut it off. This one short and pulled by Nasenka down to deep backward square leg for 1. And he moves on to 57. Kusal Pereira's on 54. So Australia just need a wicket here just to break the momentum. And for Sri Lanka, it's a good start. It's a good start, but they need to kick on because their bowling struggled against Pakistan. They made 340 odd in that match, and they struggled. They bowled extras and they dropped catches, and they didn't really bowl well in that game against Pakistan, where they lost by 99 runs, I think they did, or something like that. Where they lost by a few wickets because Sri Lanka batted first in that game and Pakistan chased down the runs. Dot ball to finish. End of the over, none for 121. Not a bad over from Josh Hazelwood, but it could have been better. So nearly halfway, Sri Lanka none for 121. We've seen in this World Cup, teams get off to a good start like this and build the foundation and the platform. And then teams tend to struggle towards the back end of the innings a little bit in terms of capitalizing on the good start that they've had. And Australia looking to take the early wicket here. They can. Not a bad record in World Cup, Sri Lanka. They've won 38 matches. They've lost 41. They've won a World Cup. That was back in 96 against Australia. 2 no results and 1 tie in 82 matches, which is their record from the island nation. Highest ever total in World Cups was 5 for 398, and that was against Kenya back in 1996, which was the World Cup in the subcontinent. Pat Cummins is back into the attack. He's bowling to Nasenka. This one full, driven to mid-off, no run. Pat Cummins back. He's only bowled the 3 overs, none for 16. We'll be hoping for a wicket here. That's been the problem from Australia. They just haven't been able to take the wickets when they needed to at regular intervals, which has been frustrating. And you expect them to do that, but they haven't quite done that in this World Cup of late. Cummins in. This one full, defended to the offside. Nasenka, no run. None for 121 for Sri Lanka. And won the toss today, chose to bat first. Sri Lanka, Kusal Mendis, the new captain. Obviously, Dashun Shanaka not playing due to injury. So Sri Lanka have a new captain, the vice captain, Kusal Mendis. And he won the toss today and chose to bat first. Cummins in, this one short, pulled by Nasenka. It will go into the boundary for 4 at deep square leg. No one there to cut that off. A boundary. He moves into the 60s, Nasenka. 61. Really a nothing delivery from Pat Cummins, really. It's not really going to trouble him with that short ball. There's no pace in the surface to really trouble him. He can rock back on the back foot and pull that away, which he did. So Pat Cummins looking to get the first breakthrough for Australia. Cummins in. This one short again, pulled by Nasenka and taken. This time he falls to the short ball. The plan has worked from Cummins. The fielder at deep square leg, David Warner, takes the catch. The partnership has been broken. Nasanka's got to go for a well-good innings of 61 of 67, and the Australian supporters have something to smile about. And Pat Cummins was definitely fired up about that wicket. First wicket down for Sri Lanka. The partnership has been broken. Didn't quite time that. Nasanka got on the toe end of the bat there. Good catch from David Warner. That's better from Australia. That one was taken. Cummins is delighted. Nasanka disappointed. He shouldn't be. It was a good innings of 61. He's got to go. It's 1 for 125. Finally, Australia breakthrough. That's the wicket they needed. And Raj says, gone. Yes, that's what they needed. Kusal Mendis is the new batter at the crease. Now, this is where Australia can build pressure. Dot balls on the new batter cause a bit of pressure, and Sri Lanka will have to rebuild again after the fall of the wicket of Pathum Nasanka. I'm not sure if that was Sri Lanka's best opening partnership of this World Cup. I think it was, based on the previous 2 games that they played. But Kusal Mendis arrives at the crease, the captain for today. As I mentioned, Dasun Shanaka not playing because of injury. Kusal Mendis is in as captain for him. And not a bad career for Kusal Mendis in one-day cricket. 198 runs in this World Cup. He's averaging 99 for the 2 games. Scored a 50 and 100. That was in the last game against Pakistan. Scored 120-odd. And Sri Lanka went on to lose that game against Pakistan. They couldn't bowl and defend the total of 340-odd that they posted in Hyderabad. So he arrives at the middle with Pathum Nasanka dismissed for 61 by Pat Cummins. Didn't time the pull shot, got the toe end of the bat of it. Good catch by David Warner at deep square leg. He's on strike. Kusal Pereira at the other non-strikers end on 54. Cummins in. This one full, worked off the pads, down a fine leg by Mendis. He'll only pick up a single to get off the mark. It's a wicket that Australia needed just to break the momentum and break the partnership, which was much needed indeed. Very good catch from David Warner, made some good ground, got into a good position, took the catch nicely, and the Australian supporters very delighted with that wicket. David Warner, pretty good outfielder. You can always rely on him to take those catches when needed. Cummins in, this one short. Pulled to mid-on for a quick single. They'll make it home. A single to end the over. Quick single, in fact. Glenn Maxwell there with the throw. Oh, he made it home in the end, Kusal Mendis. But good energy in the field from Australia. Good to see that. Good energy. Looking to create some energy in the field, which has been lacking from Australia. It's the end of the over, 1 for 127. Yeah, Kusal Pereira, Kusal Mendis at the crease. Samra Wakamaria in next, Asalanka De Silva to come, and then you have Welligay, and then Kurakna, and then you have the bowlers. Hazelwood in, this one short, pulled through square leg for a boundary by Pereira. Josh Hazelwood just a fraction short. Pereira was able to latch on that for a boundary. So Josh Hazelwood with that short ball tactic, not really getting that high enough. That's the problem. You want to get the short ball high enough, get it around the head, armpit, not around about chest height or armpit. That's where you want to be to cramp up the batter. But good shot there by Pereira. Hazelwood in, this one short, pulled again. This time it will go to the boundary again for 4. Hasn't learned his lesson, Hazelwood. Don't bowl short to Kusal Pereira. The short balls are not getting high enough on this surface. Not really challenging him at all. That was chest height again. And he pierced the gap nicely. Got a pass the fielder at short mid-wicket. David Warner was out there in the deep on the leg side, but he couldn't cut that off. It's a quick outfield here in Hyderabad. Hazelwood in. This one full, swing and a miss by Kusal Pereira, through to the keeper, no run. Raj says, good shot. And Raj says, you said Sama Wakamaria. I'm trying to get the pronunciation right, Raj. Probably the more times I say the name in this match, then I'll probably get it right. Hazelwood in. This one short, worked and pulled down to fine leg by Pereira for a single. He moves on to 64. Mendes on 1. Raj says, divided. It's that's easy. Yes, certainly easy to do that. This one defended by Mendes for no run. 1 for 136. Australia have got the first wicket. And Australia will be hoping for a couple of wickets here. Get Sri Lanka 3 down for 130 odd, which is a good result. A couple of wickets here. They needed that wicket badly because Pathum Nissanka was batting really well. But missed time, that pull shot. Hazelwood in. This one full defended and worked down to backward point for a single. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 137. So an expensive over from Hazelwood, a couple of boundaries and a couple of singles. So 10 runs off the over. John says, who will be a commentator? Raj says, I know, I have heard Indian commentators fumble that name as well. Yes, it is very difficult to pronounce the names from Sri Lanka. They do have quite long names. Chamendavasa's name, for example, is quite long. As Glenn Maxwell is back into the attack. Pat Cummins took himself off after taking the wicket. He's brought back Glenn Maxwell. Maxwell in to Mendes. This one full, worked through mid-wicket for a single. He moves on to 3 Mendes. Sri Lanka 1 for 138. Not too many people in the crowd here in Lucknow. The stands are quite empty. There is a sprinkling of people. We've seen that quite a few times in this World Cup where the crowds haven't quite been there. It's just only been a sprinkling of people that have come into the ground. Maxwell in. And this one worked off the pads by Pereira. Through square leg for a single. He moves on to 65. So we've seen that from in this World Cup that the crowds have been quite a bit low. Hopefully they pick up as the tournament progresses. But some people in the stadium today watching this game between Australia and Sri Lanka. Quite understandable when India are not playing. It's often a bigger crowd for the home side. Maxwell in. This one worked down to wide long on by a single for Mendes. He moves on to 4. Sri Lanka 1 for 140. The lights are coming on in Lucknow as the sun sets on the stadium and the lights are being flicked on. one by one on the light towers, and Maxwell to continue. This one defended to cover by Pereira, no run. Not bad over for Maxwell, 3 singles and a dot. 2 balls left. Maxwell in. This one cuts it well. Pass backward point for a boundary, Kusul Pereira. And that's another boundary for him. That was nicely cut. And got it in the gap between backward point and short third man. Just good touch, good finesse, and pierced the gap nicely. Another boundary for him, Australia. Looking for another wicket here, Maxwell in. This one full and work down the ground to long off. For a single, it's the end of the over. It's 1 for 145. 29 overs done, 1 for 145. 29 overs completed. Raj says there were about 28,000 yesterday for England and Afghanistan in terms of the crowd numbers. Yeah, they've been a bit up and down in this World Cup, the crowd numbers. We've had some good crowds and other crowds that are a bit low. That's been the talking point. In this World Cup, the crowd numbers over the tournament. But hopefully they'll pick up towards the end of the tournament as we get to the business end of the World Cup. Cummins in. This one punched off the back foot by Pereira for a single to the fielder at deep cover. He moves on to 71. Sri Lanka 1 for 146. Australia looking for the second wicket. Preferably, they would like to get rid of Kusul Pereira. Get him out. He's the set batter. Kusul Mendes has just arrived at the crease, so he will take a bit of time. But if Australia can remove Kusul Pereira, get the set batter out, get 2 new batters in, that will be good for them to try and restrict Sri Lanka. As Cummins is in, this one full and worked by Mendes down to third man off the outside edge. And he'll pick up a single. He moves on to 5 off 6, and Kusul Pereira's 71. And Sri Lanka are 1 for 147. Nearly halfway of the innings, and it is a pretty good platform from Sri Lanka. But if they lose a couple of wickets here, then it'll be a bit hard for them to try and accelerate. Australia will be thinking a couple of wickets on the score, 3 down for 140 odd, 50, not bad. Cummins in, this one full and dispatched down the ground by Kusul Pereira for 4, down to the long off boundary. He's seeing the ball well. He moves on to 75 or 74, nearly a run a ball, really. For him, the 150 up for Sri Lanka, 1 for 151. Well, he latched on that, Kusul Pereira, a bit full from Cummins, in the slot. And a nice shot from Kusul Pereira. He's the big wicket for Australia. They need to get him out as soon as possible. Cummins in, and this one deflected by Kusul Pereira. Can't beat Mitchell Marsh at short third man. It's a dot ball. That Cummins 1 for 28 from his 4.4 overs. Raj says good shot there. Yes, it was a nice shot. Seeing the ball nicely, Kusul Pereira. Australia looking for their second wicket. Cummins in, and this one again worked to short third man. Backward point from Kusul Pereira for no run. Disappointed he didn't find the gap there. Pat Cummins looking for that wicket. Cummins in. This one full cut away by Kusa Pereira to deep point for a single. End of the over. It's 1 for 152. Australia need wickets and they need them fast. This has been the problem for Australia in this World Cup, is that they haven't taken wickets in the middle overs at regular intervals. They haven't done it in the power play in the first 10 overs. In the last game against South Africa, they bowled well at the death. And they did well towards the back end of that innings against South Africa with the ball. So they'll be hoping for a couple of wickets here. Get rid of Pereira. He's on 76 of 77. Get him out. Kusa Mendes has just arrived at the crease. So you get two new batters in at the crease. Get rid of the set batter and Kusa Pereira. Get a couple of wickets here. Get him 3 down, 4 down. Keep taking wickets. That slows the run rate down. Maxwell in. This one defended by Pereira. No run. Maxwell in. This one tossed up. Defended to cover by Pereira. No run. Raj has heard South Africa were having some doping troubles with WADA. For now, they have appealed the sanction, so they will be allowed to use their national flag for the duration of the World Cup. That one a single. For Pereira, moves on to 77. Mendes on 5. Sri Lanka 1 for 153. Raj says, kind of crazy. I didn't know that, Raj. That's something that's new to me. But thank you for telling us that. Maxwell in. This one worked by Mendes down to long on for a single. He moves on to 6. 1 for 154. Maxwell in, and this one worked to the leg side for a single by Pereira. Moves on to 78. Not a bad over from Maxwell, only the 3 singles from it with a ball left in the over. So if Australia can just build up some pressure with dots and limit the runs, build that pressure on Sri Lanka, then they can take wickets and put Sri Lanka back a little bit here. Maxwell in. This one worked off the pads by Mendes to deep square leg for a single to end the over. So the over 1 for 156. Not a bad over from Maxwell, just the 4 runs from it. Kusa Mendes, 7 of 8. Kusa Pereira, 78 of 81. It's been a very good start by Sri Lanka. They've lost the wicket of Pathum Nissanka out in the 60s. He's the only wicket to fall. Pat Cummins got him out a few overs ago. Pat Cummins to continue. Cummins in. And this one slashed away by Mendes to deep point for 1. He moves on to 8. John says 370, 380 wicket. It could be, John. It could be. Maybe. I don't think it will. I don't think... we don't know because the surface is a new surface here in Lucknow. So South Africa got 312. 311 in the last game. That's because South Africa lost wickets. So maybe that 300 mark, maybe. Depends how Sri Lanka go about it. If they lose a few wickets, then it will put them on the back foot a bit. Bowled them, cleaned them up, beaten them all ends up, bowled them neck and crump, That is the end of Kusal Perera, gone for 78, clean bowled by Pat Cummins. The second wicket for Australia falls. He's gone for 78, and Pat Cummins has got 2 wickets for Australia. That's definitely going to slow the run rate down. Good delivery from Cummins, and Perera just beaten really on the inside edge. Threw the shot, and Cummins, full and straight at the stumps, knocked him over. Kusal Perera's got to go for 78. It's 2 for 157. And Pat Cummins gets the big wicket of Kusal Perera. So now Australia have an opportunity to bowl to 2 new batters. Kusal Mendes has been out there for 9 balls. And now a new batter will come at the crease. So this is what Australia wanted. And that's what they've got. So, as Sri Lanka arrives to the crease, it's Sadira Sama Wickramaha comes in at the crease at number 4. Excuse my pronunciation, like I will get it right at the end of this. But Sadira, let's just stick with his first name. Bit easier to pronounce than his last name, but Sadira Sama Wickramaha. He's had a pretty good World Cup. He scored a century in the last game against Pakistan, but he's out in the middle with Kusal Mendes, and Sri Lanka have just lost their second wicket. And he arrives with Sri Lanka at 2 for 157. Raj says the wicket does slow down a bit, so it would come down. John says that might change my prediction. My commentator's curse strikes again. Indeed it did, John. Australia needed that wicket. Good from Pat Cummins. Good to see the captain stand up and take charge and lead from the front. Cummins, he'll be bowling to Sadira. And this one, good bouncer. First ball. Good aggression from Pat Cummins. Bowl the bouncer first ball. And he leaves it Sadira to the keeper for no run. Raj says, well tried. Well, I'm trying, Raj. I'll stick to his first name. I'll just say Sadira. That's much easier to pronounce than his last name. Jihan says, hello. Australia could do with a Pakistan-like collapse from Sri Lanka now. Well, they've taken a couple of wickets, Jihan, and they've got 2 new batters in at the crease, so that's a good thing for Australia. Cummins in, this one defended by Sadira to the offside, no run. Pakistan collapsed badly against India, didn't they? So, well, Sri Lanka, their bowling will be tested today, that's for sure. They have struggled a bit with their bowling in this World Cup. They've had a few injuries, which has pretty much hurt them in terms of their bowling stocks. So they'll be tested today, that's for sure. Cummins in, and this one not timed by Sadira, but he gets it down the ground to mid-on for a single off the inside edge of the bat. Jihan, you says you want to catch up on a few Billy Birmingham's videos to learn how to pronounce Sri Lanka and Pakistani names. I don't think they'll be friendly on the podcast, Jihan, but I know what you're saying. Quite funny, Billy Birmingham, the 12th man tapes, pronouncing the names from Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Cummins in, this one a short ball, and left alone by Mendes through the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over. 2 for 158. But they do have long names, which are often hard to pronounce. So like Chaminda Vasa's name, for example. That's pretty long. He's got quite a few names in his name, Chaminda Vas. But the more you say them, I suppose, the more better you'll get at the pronunciations. So. But I'm trying my best. So Sri Lanka, 2 for 158. Couple of wickets for Pat Cummins. Adam Zampa is back. Hasn't been quite at his best, Adam Zampa. We want to see more from him now. It's a good opportunity for him to come in to new batters in at the crease. Just want to see him bowl a good line and length consistently, build pressure. He hasn't quite done that. If we have to compare him and Glenn Maxwell, you probably think Glenn Maxwell's bowled better than Adam Zampa in this World Cup, and he has, especially in the last game. Glenn Maxwell didn't concede a boundary. Zampa in, and this one worked to the offside by Sadira, and he'll pick up a single. He moves on to 2, and Sri Lanka 2 for 159, rebuilding after the loss of Kusal Perera. What we can tell from this surface, it's pretty good for batting. Not too many balls have spun. It hasn't kept low or anything like that, so it's been pretty good. May get better under lights. It is a new surface that's been relayed. Zampa in, this one short, balled by Mendes to deep square leg for 1. He's on 9 off 11, and Sadira is 2 off 4. 27.2 overs Sri Lanka have faced in this innings, and they won the toss today and they chose to bat first. Zampa in, this one tossed up, beats short cover. Glenn Maxwell coming around to cut that off. He can't cut it off. It will be a boundary by Sadira, and that's his first boundary. He moves on to 6. 2 for 164 for Sri Lanka. For a moment there, Glenn Maxwell thought he was going to cut that off, but not to be. It's a quick outfield, and you have to come around. He's a little bit wide there, down at long off, and couldn't really cut that boundary off. Adam Zampa not happy with that boundary being conceded off his own bowling. Zampa in. This one worked down to long on by Sadira for a single. He moves on to 7. Raj says Sri Lanka have played well until now. They will need to pick up the run rate. Yeah, the current run rate is at 5.96, which is not bad, but they've got 8 wickets in hand, nearly approaching the 30th over. Double your score at the end of 30 overs. See where you're at. This one defended by Mendes, no run. So if Australia can pick up a couple more wickets here, that will definitely slow the run rate down for Sri Lanka. Zampa in. This one swept, top edge. Man in the deep, takes the catch. That's a brilliant catch. What a catch that is. Good catch. Kusal Mendes is gone. Zampa gets the wicket. David Warner's limping. He's okay, I think. He did take a bit of the turf, but he took a very good catch, and that's what we want to see from Australia in the field, commitment. I think he's just winded himself or hurt himself, David Warner. I hope he's okay, but he took a very good catch, and that's the wicket Australia needed. That was the wrong one. Came out of the back of the hand from Zampa. He went for the sweep shot. Kusal Mendes tried to hit it up, got the toe end of the bat. David Warner took the catch. His knee caught into the turf. He tumbled over like a washing machine. But he took the catch nonetheless, which is the important thing. That's what we want to see from Australia. Good commitment in the field. Kusal Mendes has to go for 9, and it's 3 for 165. Good wicket from Adam Zampa. Jihan says, is Warner now injured? I don't think he's injured, Jihan. I think when he landed, his knee dug into the turf. So I think he's just a little bit stunned there or something like that. I think he's okay. He got up, he walked. So that's a good sign. He took the catch, and that's what you want. But when you're sliding, that can often happen where your knee digs into the turf and can often plug. So he was grabbing his knee a little bit there, but he should be okay. He got up straight away. He was walking. So I think he's okay. But more importantly, a wicket for Australia. That's what they needed. Good wicket there and a good catch from David Warner. G. Hunt says Warner very rarely drops catches. Yeah, that's the thing from Australia in this World Cup is that they're ranked the worst team in terms of catching efficiency. I think at 57% in this World Cup. And also the stat that I mentioned in the review that we did of the match against South Africa, they're at the bottom in terms of catching percentage in this year in terms of ODIs. They're in the bottom three. I think they're 67% or something like that. They're at the bottom with Nepal and Afghanistan, which is not where you want to be, really, in terms of the catching efficiency from Australia. So it's good to see them take their opportunities today. They've dropped Josh Inglis dropped a catch today. It was a bit of a tough chance behind the stumps, how the sticker they don't, off Glenn Maxwell. But apart from that, the catch from David Warner just before and was pretty good. So good to see Australia practicing hard at those catches. And Marnus Labuschagne had a tough chance at mid-wicket as well, which went quickly to him. He got a hand to it, and you're either going to be Superman to catch that. So, G. Hunt says, when I saw the Stonis drop, it actually made me laugh. I lost all hope by then. Yeah, well, yeah, it was a straightforward catch, that one. He just put it down. But, yeah. But you got to say, South Africa have played well. They deserve their victory. They outplayed Australia. South Africa, and they're one of the teams that are not really a lot of people are talking about, really, because of the past history with South Africa in World Cups. But they're playing well. You know, they got the Netherlands tomorrow. You think they should win that up there in Dharamshala. And they should qualify for the semis, barring any mishaps. I think the top three, as it stands, will be the top three that qualifies. And then it's either going to be Australia, England, or Pakistan to qualify for the last spot. So you never know in this World Cup. We've seen yesterday England cause a bit of, Afghanistan cause an upset, defeating England. Cummins in, this one full, and a quick single down to mid-off by Sadira. He moves on to 8. It was a direct hit. So we're going upstairs. It was a direct hit at the stumps. I think he's home. He doesn't look too troubled, Sri Lanka. So I think he's made it home, but we have it a check nonetheless. Joel Wilson signaling to the third umpire to go upstairs and just to make sure that all is well. We've got the technology. Might as well use it. And he's made it home easily. The bat was grounded as the ball hit the stumps. So straightforward decision, not out with that run-out opportunity. 3 for 166, Sri Lanka. And Pat Cummins has got 2 of the wickets, followed by Adam Zampa with 1 of the wickets. Cummins in, this one full, defended to mid-on by Sri Lanka for no run. G. Hunt says, England batsmen kept playing back to the Afghan spinners yesterday. They weren't picking them. No, they weren't. They struggled a bit. Rashid Khan, Mujib bowled really well. I think England made a bit of a mistake. I think they should have batted first. But they didn't. They wanted to bowl first, and they didn't really bowl well either. But yes, the playing of the spin was pretty poor as well. They're in trouble, England. This one defended by Sri Lanka for no run. They've got South Africa this weekend, England. I don't think they're going to win that match. I think South Africa are going to be too strong. I think England have been pretty poor. They've been pretty poor. That first game against New Zealand, they were poor. The second game, they bounced back against Bangladesh. But, you know, the game against Afghanistan, really poor, really. Cummins in, this one short and left alone by Sri Lanka. Through to the keeper, no run. But it was a good win from Afghanistan, and they joined the list of many Cricket World Cup upsets with Ireland, Bangladesh, Kenya, Zimbabwe when they defeated Australia in 1983. So they joined the list of famous upsets in World Cup history, Afghanistan. It was a game that England couldn't lose. Cummins in, this one down the leg side. There's an appeal for caught behind. Umpire Chris Gaffney is unmoved. Good take by Inglis. Did it come off the glove? Josh Inglis says, I don't think so. And that one not far away from the glove. Nearly caught down the leg side. Nearly strangled down the leg side. Australia don't review it. Probably missed the glove altogether. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, clear daylight between the glove and the ball. Sri Lanka very lucky not to get any battle glove on that. Pat Cummins probing. Good decision by umpire Gaffney. Cummins in. This one a plainer miss by Sri Lanka. Try to cut it outside off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over. 3 for 166 after 29. Jihan says, don't think England's pop gun attack will be effective on these flat wickets. No, they struggled. Sam Curran struggled yesterday. Chris Woakes struggled. Mark Wood, that extra pace, he bowled okay, but England just didn't bowl well. Reece Topley bowled okay, but he's got a bit of an injury concern. Adil Rashid bowled well. So their spinners have been bowling well, but their other bowlers have struggled in terms of their medium paces and Mark Wood. So a lot of questions for the defending champions, England. It's going to be a tough game against South Africa in Mumbai. Zampa in. This one traps. Sadira on the pads. An appeal for LBW has been successful. Umpire Joel Wilson raises the finger of doom. Sadira has reviewed it immediately, but Adam Zampa was convinced. It looked pretty good to me. Joel Wilson didn't give an LBW decision early in the day. That's where it was actually hitting the leg stump off Glenn Maxwell, but Australia didn't review it. This time he's given this one out. The line looked good. It looked adjacent. It was a wrong-un from Zampa that trapped Sadira in front. Oh, yeah. That looks pretty good to me. Yeah. The question is whether it was bat involved. The ball is close to the bat. He's reviewed it quickly, Sadira. He thinks there's an inside edge. Given out by Joel Wilson on the field. Looked pretty good to me in terms of how everything's lined up. But he thinks he's got a bit of an inside edge on that. So it's a bit of touch and go there. So let's see what Ultra Edge has to say. Jihan says, I thought that pitched outside leg. I didn't see where it pitched, Jihan. I only saw the impact on the pad. It looked pretty good. And, let's see what Ultra Edge has to say in terms of whether it was bat involved or not. Australia pretty convinced that it pitched in line and the impact was in line and the wicket's hitting. They're pretty convinced. He's reviewed it straight away, Sadira. Good to see from Adam Zampa just to get a few wickets and get his confidence up. This will do him the world of good. And Australia starting to get some things going yet. Oh, there's no inside edge. Flat line as the ball passes the bats. Jihan says maybe just pitching on leg. I think so, Jihan. I think so. We'll have to see what ball tracking has to say, but he hasn't hit it. Sadira. Pad first. Let's have a look. Is it going to hit leg? It's umpire's call. It's good enough. It's clipping the leg stump. It pitched in line. Impact was in line. Wickets umpire's call. Sadira has to go for 8 and Sri Lanka are 4 for 166. Joel Wilson confirms his out decision. Sadira's gone for 8. It's 4 for 166. That's a very good decision by Joel Wilson. And he's got to go. Got to go, Sadira. He's gone for 8. Well, Australia's starting to peg things back here. And Sri Lanka just starting to lose wickets now, which once you get the top order and get rid of Mendes and get into the middle order, Sri Lanka have struggled in this World Cup thus far. Jihad says, yeah, that looked leg-sided to me. It did, with the angle, of course. But obviously umpire's call, which is good enough for Australia. Jihad says, Joel Wilson never usually gives umpire's calls to Australia. No, we all know the history there, of course, especially the Ashes, Headingley, 2019. But I could understand if he gave that not out, really, because it just going down on that angle on the leg side. So you could be understandable as an umpire to give that not out, given on the angle and probably doing too much. But with umpire's call, DRS, you can give that out as an umpire and take that risk. Adam Zampa's on a hat trick, apparently. Didn't know that. This one defended by De Silva for no run. Jihad says the Ashes one was plum. Oh, yeah, it was absolutely plum, Jihad. It was stone dead. Australia didn't have any reviews left. So, but it was absolutely plum, that's for sure it was. You know, you don't have to be an expert umpire or a professional to work that one out. Just have a look at the LBW again from Zampa to Sadira. Umpire's call, just clipping the leg stump. Could have been forgiven if Joel Wilson gave that not out, given the angle going down leg, but it was just clipping the leg stump. He gave it out. Zampa in. This one defended by De Silva on the back foot for no run. Adam Zampa's got his tail up. Good to see him with confidence, and he's been struggling with that. John says the first one by Maxwell was closer. Absolutely it was, John. But Joel Wilson gave it not out because he probably thought it was missing leg stump, probably doing too much. Australia didn't review it, and it would have been overturned. This one defended, but no run by De Silva. So Australia, ideal situation. They've got them 4 down for 166. They've got 2 new batters in at the crease. As Sri Lanka and De Silva yet to get off the mark. Zampa into De Silva. This one defended for no run to the offside to end the over. It's the end of the over, 4 for 166. It's a wicket maiden for Adam Zampa. Not a bad over from Zampa, probably one of his best servers in this World Cup thus far. Jihan, you say the Bairstow dismissal yesterday was funny. Umpires call on impact and hitting the stumps. Personally, I don't think that should be given out. Johnny Bairstow was very angry. Yeah. I didn't actually see that dismissal of Bairstow. I did watch the game yesterday with England and Afghanistan. I didn't see the Bairstow dismissal. I was came a little bit too late into the second innings for England, but yeah, that's the thing with umpires' call. It's always going to be marginal, and those 50-50 decisions will be in play. Mitchell Starc is brought back into the attack. He hasn't got a wicket yet, Starc, but you'll be hoping for a couple of wickets here to get Sri Lanka really on the back foot. Starc into Asalanka. This one left alone by Asalanka. Outside his off stump, through the keeper, no run. Sri Lanka 4 for 166. Asalanka yet to get off the mark. Same with Dhananjaya De Silva. Adam Zampa, he's picked up a couple of wickets, picked up the big wicket of Kusal Mendes. Good catch from David Warner in the outfield. Good to see that commitment. And then he got rid of Sadira, plumb in front LBW, given by Joel Wilson and upheld on review. Starc in, this one down the leg side, and it's going to be called a wide by umpire Gaffney. Jihan says it was all about as bad as you could get of what should really be not out being given out because of the umpire's call nonsense. Yeah, it's one of those things, Jihan, with umpires call. It's either going to divide people in terms of, should we find a better way to deal with this sort of thing? It's just the way it is. It's here to stay, whether we like it or not. It's part of the DRS, so it has to stay, I suppose. That one worked down to a fine leg for a single. Sri Lanka moved to 4 for 168. Adam Zampa, he's had a tough start to this World Cup. None for 53 against India, 1 for 70 against South Africa, and definitely his best game today against Sri Lanka, 2 for 29. He's definitely bowled much better today than he has in the previous 2 games. Mitchell Starc, looking for an early wicket for him. He hasn't got a wicket yet. Usually gets a wicket by now. Starc in. And this one defended by De Silva to Smith at backward point for no run. Well, this is good from Australia. Just putting the pressure on Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, not much to come in terms of the batting. They've got Welligay, Karunaratne and Tikshana to come. So they've got some all-rounders and some bowlers coming in now to follow Sri Lanka and De Silva. So the batting does drop off a little bit in terms of the averages and the strike rates. So if Australia can pick up a couple of wickets here, Sri Lanka will be definitely on the back foot. Starc in, that one kept low. Got bat on that on time, De Silva. And there's no run. Nearly got a wicket there. Starc, that one chopped down by De Silva, got a bit of bat on that, and he was lucky to do so. Otherwise, that would have been out LBW if that didn't make any contact with the with the bat. Mitchell Starc probing for his first wicket. Hasn't got one yet, and he's 5.4 overs. Starc in. This one short, balled by De Silva down to fine leg for 1. He's off the mark. He's 1 off 7. Sri Lanka's 1 off 7 for De Silva, 1 off 7 for Sri Lanka, 4 for 169 Sri Lanka. Jihad says the question will be whether Australia's batsmen get tied up in knots against the spinners today. That is the question, but we haven't seen much turn or anything like that today. So that will be the thing for Australia. Just be proactive against the spinners. Use your feet. Pick the gaps. This one full and driven by Sri Lanka to mid-on for no run. And it's a pretty good over from Starc. Just the 3 runs from it. A couple of singles and a wide. It's yet the over 4 for 169. After 31 overs. That's definitely their strength, Sri Lanka, in terms of their spinners. That's their strength. Their other bowlers, have struggled a bit in this World Cup. So, Sri Lanka's bowling hasn't been good. It's been pretty poor at times in terms of the last game against Pakistan. They leaked too many runs. They bowled extras. They didn't take their chances. So their batting's definitely their strongest suit. Their bowling's definitely their weakest link, you'll have to say. So they'll be tested today, that's for sure, the Sri Lankan bowlers. At the moment, Sri Lanka 4 for 169, so just falling away a little bit after the good start that they had. Zampa in. This one cut well down to backward point for a boundary from Sri Lanka there. 4 for 173. Good shot by De Silva. Nicely cut away for that backward point region. Played it late. Made good contact and 4 runs. So Australia hoping for a couple of wickets here. Get them 6 down for 170 odd. It's a good result. Definitely put the pressure on, put the screws on the Sri Lankan batters here. Zampa in. And this one worked down to long on for a single. De Silva moves on to 6. 4 for 174. Sri Lanka on strike. He's 1 off 8. So it's an ideal situation. We haven't seen this from Australia in this World Cup on too many occasions where they've had 2 new batters in and they can just put the pressure on them. So a good win today for Australia will definitely boost their confidence going forward. Next game is against Pakistan. And then they've got the Netherlands after that for the next couple of games. Zampa in. This one tossed up and just bunted down the ground by Sri Lanka for a single to long on. He moves on to 2. Good comeback from Zampa after the boundary. A couple of singles. Zampa in to De Silva. This one again worked to long on for a single. Sri Lanka 4 for 176. De Silva on 7. Sri Lanka on 2. Good little period here from Australia. A couple of wickets and getting Sri Lanka 4 down for 176. Good little period here for Australia. Zampa in. This one defended on the back foot by Sri Lanka for no run. He's on 2 off 10. De Silva 7 off 11. So Sri Lanka rebuilding after the loss of a couple of wickets of Mendes and Kusal Perera. And these two just getting in and set. Zampa in. This one on the pads worked away by Sri Lanka through the leg side. He'll pick up a single to end the over. End of the over, 4 for 177. Batting to come. Welligay at number 7. You got Kurakna, then Tikshana Kumara and Mashu Shanaka at number 11. So the bowlers to come for Sri Lanka after this pair of Sri Lanka and De Silva, the last recognised batters. And then it's pretty much into the tail for Australia. So a couple more wickets here. Expose the tail end of Sri Lanka. Keep them to a score in the 200s. Stark to continue. This one full driven to mid-off for a single by... Good fielding there from Pat Cummins. Australia in the field today, much improved. It's been pretty poor in the last couple of games, the fielding, but today they've fielded better. Good energy, intensity, and we've seen a very good catch from David Warner in the outfield. So much better today in terms of getting the fielding right. Sri Lanka on 4, De Silva on 7. Run rate is 5.5 for Sri Lanka, so it has dropped off a bit after the initial start. And we've got some rain. Oh dear. So we've got some rain falling. Well, we didn't expect rain to fall today. It looked very sunny in Lucknow, but the covers are coming on. The ground staff are working tirelessly to get the covers on. David Warner's helping out, which is good to see. He's helping out the ground staff get the covers on quickly. And a bit of rain falling in Lucknow. Let's hope it goes away. It's a pretty random shower. Wasn't really expecting rain to play a part today, but well, the covers are on. We've got a bit of a delay with the rain falling unexpectedly. Maybe it wasn't the forecast, but it is raining at the moment. Well, Sri Lanka 4 for 178, 32.1 overs as the rain falls. A bit of a light shower here in Lucknow. It'll probably blow over. So we nearly completed the Sri Lankan innings. So it just depends how long this rain sticks around for. Could work in Australia's favour in terms of chasing in the second innings, chasing a low total with Duckworth-Lewis Stern method. But the sun is definitely shining, so it's a little bit of a random shower. Jihan says, why Australia's death bowling has been so poor in the last few years? That's a good question, Jihan. I don't know. Maybe not playing T20 cricket enough in terms of building up the death overs experience, maybe. I don't know. But it has been off over the last few years. Maybe, just not really getting that experience at the death, probably not bowling too many overs under pressure, not getting used to that sort of pressure in games. Probably just not executing under pressure. Probably the big things. But I thought they bowled well in the last game against South Africa. I thought they bowled well at the death in the last game. They bowled Yorkers and slower balls, and it seemed to be effective. They kept South Africa to 311. It could have been 350. South Africa disappointed not to get that score, but I thought Australia did well to keep them to that 311 score. Obviously, they didn't win, but couldn't chase down the runs. But I thought in the last game they bowled much better at the death, and they kept South Africa down to that score, as I mentioned. So it just comes down to executing pressure under pressure, really, which is a very hard thing to do when you're bowling at the back end of a game. Dark Knight says there is no need of 3 fast bowlers in the subcontinent wicket. Replace Stark or Hazelwood with Ashton if Australia want wickets in the middle overs. Well, Ashton Agar's out of the side. He's injured. He picked up a calf injury. That's why Australia didn't select him. So they've only got Adam Zampa and Glenn Maxwell in terms of the spin. Jihan says, I think that was the initial plan, but Agar has done his calf. Jihan says they bowled rubbish against South Africa at the back end in the last series. Just to say, Jihan, I went to the T20 game against Sri Lanka in Perth last year, and again, after bowling well for 16 overs, bowled absolute rubbish in the last 4. Nearly lost that game, but Stonis saved them. Yes, I do remember that game. Yes, that series that Australia played against Sri Lanka. It just comes down to executing under that type of pressure situation, really. Just executing your skills and different variations and change-ups. Some bowlers are specialists at the death, others aren't, which you need to build it up. It's a skill in itself. So I have struggled a bit, but I just comes with practice, and you just need to practice those skills. Jihan says, no, that game was in the World Cup. The T20 World Cup, Jihan. I thought you meant the T20 series. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. I thought you meant the T20 series that they played, the 5 games, Sri Lanka and Australia. No, that was the T20 World Cup. Yes. Yeah. It makes sense. Jihan says, that's one of the only games Australia won. Yeah. Yes, say Jihan almost lost to Afghanistan. Yes, they did. Yeah. So we have, say Jihan again bowling rubbish at the back end. So the rain has fallen. A bit of a delay here. A bit of a random shower here in Lucknow. The sun's out and sun's setting, but we got a bit of a delay. So hopefully the rain will dissipate and we can get back on the park. Australia have done well to take wickets and restrict Sri Lanka here at the moment. And a must-win game for both teams, who are 0-2 to start their campaign in this World Cup. Now, tomorrow, the World Cup continues. We've got South Africa and the Netherlands from Dharamshala. Can the Netherlands do something special? Follow what Afghanistan did yesterday against England? You would think it's unlikely, given how well South Africa have played. But you would think, anything's possible. The Netherlands defeated South Africa in the T20 World Cup last year, knocked them out of the semi-final race. But this is the World Cup, 50-over cricket. It's a bit different. And South Africa have played some good cricket. And they'll be definitely pleased with how they started this World Cup. But it'll be interesting to see what they do at the back end of the tournament when the pressure's on, when they play against India and New Zealand. But that's tomorrow's game, South Africa and the Netherlands. You say, Jihan, South Africa will be panicking already. Yeah, well, they've played really well. It's been a good start. You would think they'll qualify for the semis, you would think. I think the top three at the moment, India, South Africa and New Zealand, you would think they'll qualify for the semis. And then I think it's going to be a battle for the fourth place, either Pakistan or Australia. England have a chance, but, the loss yesterday to Afghanistan has definitely dented the confidence, that's for sure. And they just haven't really played well, England, in this World Cup, which is disappointing for them, the defending champions. So you expect better from them. They've got a tough game against South Africa on Saturday or Sunday. So that's going to be very tough. So Sri Lanka, 4 down for 170 odd, and Australia have done well before the rain came. So a delay. So hoping that the rain blows over and we can finish off the innings. And Australia will be looking to get a good win here tonight. If they can, then that will boost the confidence for them in this World Cup going forward. They've got Pakistan next. And Pakistan also need to bounce back after a very tough loss against India recently. But we haven't seen the rain fall in this World Cup very often, so it's probably one of the first games of this World Cup we've seen the rain had any delay of a game. Bit of a random shower. Weren't really expecting the rain to fall. But that's what's happened at the moment, which is a bit frustrating, but there's nothing we can do. Just wait until the rain goes and hopefully it blows over. But it should. Maybe it was predicted in the weather forecast that the rain was going to fall today. So a rain delay in this match, Australia and Sri Lanka from Lucknow. And we saw Mitchell Starc had a few words with Kusal Mendis today about leaving his crease early. Given some warnings to Kusal Mendis about leaving his crease early. I don't know what Mitchell Starc was on about there. Obviously, Australia, I don't think they're going to run out the non-striker and do that sort of thing. But Mitchell Starc had some words to say about that as the ground staff have the umbrellas up and the covers on, just discussing, what's going to happen next in terms of the weather. There is a few dark clouds there, but they should blow over. We should get some play in this first innings. We have Sri Lanka batting at the moment, looking to post a score after winning the toss. Jihan says, what are your thoughts on the man-cad law or running out the non-striker? Personally, Jihan, I don't know, really. It's one of those things that is one of those things in cricket where people do get worked up about it and, have their opinions about running out the non-striker like that. For me personally, like many people, you have your different views about it. For me, well, as an umpire, you got to follow the laws, and if that happens, then you have to go through with it because it's a part of the laws. So that's your job as an umpire, to follow the laws and the procedures. Would I do it personally? I probably won't. That's just me. So, personally for me, if I was bowling and that happened where the batter was leaving the crease, I probably won't do it. Other people will see it differently. So it is a very decisive law that a lot of people have different views and opinions about. But yeah, it's in the laws until the MCC says otherwise. Then it's in the laws for the time being. So that's my thoughts on it. Yes, say Jihan, warning, no warning, at least 2 warnings first. This is the thing. This is the thing where people get confused about. There's actually no warnings at all. So in the laws, it doesn't say you have to give a warning. You don't have to give a warning to the batter. Some do, because that is a courtesy thing where you want to give the batter some notice and say, I've warned you. If you do it again, then I'll run you out. But actually, at the end of the day, there's no warnings at all. Don't have to give a warning. You can just run out the batter straight away at the non-strikers end. There's nothing in the laws to say you have to give a warning or anything like that. But then it comes into the whole spirit of cricket debate and all that stuff, where you have to give a warning, and that's courtesy and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, there's no warnings at all in the laws. You can run out the batter if you see fit, which happens. So no warnings at all. John, you say, my opinion is 1 warning, then all bets are off. Well, it depends how you see it. You can give a warning if you want, but you don't have to. There's nothing in the laws to suggest that you have to give a warning. But it comes down to that spirit of cricket thing, that debate, obviously, which has been amplified, obviously, after the Ashes, of course, and that incident with Bairstow and that. So it is a very touchy dismissal. It's a very touchy topic in cricket, which a lot of people agree with and don't agree with it. You say, Jihan, what do you think the ICC moved it from the section on unsporting play to legitimate dismissal? Well, I think that confused a lot of people, I think. They removed it from unfair play, which is Law 41. It was under unfair play because, at the time, well, that's where they put it in the laws when they did the code of laws in 2017. Obviously, they moved it to run out under that law because it is a run out, essentially, because you are attempting to run at the non-striker's end. So I think a lot of people were confused on it because they thought, is it unfair or is it actual run out? So now the MCC put it under a legitimate dismissal, which is a run out. Then everyone can say, okay, it's a fair legal way to get someone out. So that's why they made the change and clarified everyone on that. John says, I didn't mean as a law, just as a courtesy. Yeah, John, I think it just comes down to the individual, whether you want to give them a warning or not. But all I'm saying is that under the laws, you don't have to give them a warning. You can just do it. But some people, that's where some people's morals and beliefs about this come into play in terms of, do you give a warning or not give a warning, spirit of cricket, all that stuff. But that's just up to the individual if you want to give a warning or not. And Mitchell Stark did today, gave a couple of warnings. Gian says, my solution is to use the no ball television umpire to call it 1 run short. If they leave their crease early, that will keep them in their crease. That could be a good idea. I think a lot of people suggested that. because you have a good view of the non-striker leaving the crease. You could do that to stop batters from doing that. But at the end of the day, I think the only way we're going to solve this problem is that if all batters just stay in the crease. It's a simple thing. Just stay in the crease until the bowler delivers the ball. Until it leaves the bowler's hand, then you can set off for the run. As simple as that. Otherwise, if you're going to take off for the run early and all this stuff, then you're going to have problems. We're going to have controversial moments like we did on numerous occasions over the last few years. So I suppose with T20 cricket, batters are looking for those runs towards the end of the innings or a run chase. Of course, you're going to leave the crease early. But I think it's important that umpires probably crack down on it as well. If they crack down on it and do that, then we won't have the problem. But it's just one of those things in cricket where, it's always going to be a very controversial, touchy sort of subject. Gian says, my understanding is the MCC moved it to the run-out section from unfair play to stop people arguing about it and make it clear cut, yet people are still arguing about it. Yeah, they are still arguing about it. The reason they did that is because, they wanted to clarify that for a start. And they wanted to stop this arguing sort of situation. But people are always going to argue about it, and people are always going to stand up for what they believe in terms of this is wrong or this is right, in terms of this dismissal in cricket. So it's up to the individual whether you want to do it or not, whether you want to give a warning or not. It's up to the individual. Everyone's different in terms of how they look at it, in terms of how they interpret this sort of dismissal of running out the non-striker. And also a lot of people don't really like it being referred to as a mad cat. Obviously, Vinu Madcad is the one who started it, where he ran out Bill Brown in Sydney in 1947-48 in that test match that Australia played more than 75 years ago, which pretty much started this whole thing. But a lot of people don't like his name being used with this sort of dismissal. So that's why many people say running out the non-striker. It's one of those touchy subjects that we're always going to create some argument and debate. But I wasn't sure what Mitchell Starc was on about in terms of giving those warnings to Kusal Pereira today in this match. I don't think Mitchell Starc was actually going to do it. I think he was just frustrated that he didn't quite get an early breakthrough. But oh well, that's just the way Mitchell Starc's going about it, I suppose. All right, it's still raining here in Lucknow, and hopefully the rain will subside and we can finish off the Sri Lankan innings. So the rain is falling at the moment, and we can still have a bit of a chat as we wait until play resumes. So the good news is that the ground staff are mopping up and getting ready just in case for the rain to stop, and then we can get back out there. John says, as a captain, I'll be furious at the batter, not the opposing bowler. Well, yeah, you would be. Just stay in the crease. Stay in the crease and make sure you're... Well, the good news is the covers are off and the umpires are inspecting Chris Gaffney and Joel Wilson. And we should be able to get some play in just a few moments. Jihan, you say, I don't like how people take the moral high ground and make players out to be immoral if they enact it. DP Sharma gets a lot of abuse for it still. Yeah. That's always going to happen in terms of whoever does it, always going to get this sort of criticism, and people are not going to be happy about it. Yes, say Jihan, similar to the carry on after the Bairstow stumping. Yeah, it's just one of those things. As long as it's in the laws, it's in the laws. Until the MCC says otherwise, it's one of those things that are in the laws, and you can, dismiss a batter in that sort of way. But until the laws are changed, it's pretty much in the law book. So it's up to the MCC really if they want to get rid of it or not, or find a better solution for batters leaving their ground early at the non-strikers end, taking an unfair advantage in terms of for that run. Whether you call it a no ball or a short run, those are the options at play that you could have there. So we'll have to wait and see what the MCC do in the future, really, if they want to keep having it in the laws. But it's definitely one of those controversial things, nonetheless. Well, still raining, and the umpires are having an inspection, and covers are off, the stumps are in, so probably going to get some play in a minute. So that's good news. And Australia will be looking to finish off this innings. Gian says, is there a law about whether your arm has gone over first before attempting it? I remember them checking that in the Big Bash recently. There is, Jihan, not so much in the laws. There is something in the laws about that. But I did watch the video that the Final Word guys did, Adam Collins and Jeff Lemon. They talked about this, where the arm goes past the perpendicular. Yes, there is something about that because, the bowler has to deliver it's from the moment when the bowler is expected to release the ball. So when you deliver the ball, that's what it means. But yeah, there is some wording around that in the laws, I think. I have to reread it again. But there is definitely something in the laws that does that. I'll probably have a read of that just to see. We might as well, because we do have a delay. But yes, to go back to your question, yes, there is some wording with that. And they did check it in the Big Bash. Adam Zampa, when he did it last summer, when he attempted to run out the non-striker, they did check that, whether his arm was past the perpendicular or not. From the moment he's expected to deliver the ball. So it'll be definitely in the laws and the wording of it. Well, we might as well have a bit of a read, shall we? Seeing that we've got a delay here. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So if you're listening, Jihan, here's the actual law itself. So here we go. All right. So if you're listening, Jihan, here's the law itself. Law 38.3, non-striker leaving his or her ground early At any time from the moment the ball comes into play until the instant when the bowler would normally have been expected to release the ball, the non-striker is liable to be run out if he or she is out of his or her ground. In these circumstances, the non-striker will be run out if he or she is out of his or her ground when his or her wicket is broken by the bowler throwing the ball at the stumps or the bowler's hand holding the ball, whether or not the ball is subsequently delivered. Right, so that's the first point. The second point, the instant when the bowler would normally have been expected to release the ball is defined as the moment the bowler's arm reaches the highest point of his or her normal bowling action in the delivery swing. The next point, even if the non-striker had left his or her ground before the instant at which the bowler would normally have been expected to release the ball, once the bowler has reached that point, it is no longer possible for the bowler to run out the non-striker under this law. So it's definitely in the wording of the laws there. Jihan, if you're still listening. So I hope that answers your question there, Jihan. Well, the good news is that we've got some play. The players are back out, and Pat Cummins is out there. The Sri Lankan batters are out there. The Australian team is out there. Mitchell Starc will continue to complete his over. Sri Lanka 4 for 178 before the rain came. So we haven't lost any overs, which is good. It was only a short delay. Jihan says that's a good law because it stops the bowler trying to do it on purpose. Yes. So it is in the laws in terms of from the moment the bowler is expected to release the ball in their delivery stride. Starc in, this one defended by... actually, I don't know who's actually on strike because it's not telling me on the TV. It's not pointing to the batter on strike. But anyway, it's a dot ball after the delay. Jihan says, as in making the batsman think they've already released the ball. Yes. And so it's just pretty much making sure it's fair in terms of the bowler and the batter, from the moment you're expected to release the ball and all that. So, those are what the law states. Starc in this one. Bowled, chopped it on. That's the wicket Australia needed. The 5th wicket falls for Sri Lanka. Chopped on by Dhananjaya De Silva. Inside edge onto his stumps. He played on. And Sri Lanka are 5 for 179. They're starting to lose their way a bit here, Sri Lanka, with the bat. Mitchell Starc, this one. Collecting the inside edge from De Silva onto the stumps. Mitchell Starc gets a wicket. And that's another game that Mitchell Starc takes a wicket in a World Cup match. He hasn't gone wicketless in the World Cups that he's played in. Dhananjaya De Silva gone for 7. It's 5 for 178. And that will bring the new batter Willigay to the crease. Well, that's a good start after the rain delay. And Sri Lanka 5 for 178. I think it's a good situation for Australia to be in at the moment. But going back to that point that you've made, Jihan, about I don't know if you've already watched it or not, but I think you should watch the video that the Final Word guys did. Jeff Lemon and Adam Collins. They spoke about it in greater detail than I have. And they made some good points in that. So just search it up on YouTube or something like that and have a bit of a listen to it, Jihan. I think you'll get a better understanding of it than from what I've explained today. But they explained it in greater detail about the law itself and how the law's worded. They spoke about that as well. So I would suggest to watch that video to listen to their insights on it, because they made some good points about it when they were talking about running out the non-striker and the laws and how it's worded, and some problems with the law itself. They spoke about that as well. Stark in, this one full, and driven out to deep cover by Welligay. He's off the mark. And Sri Lanka 5 for 179. Yeah, good delivery from Stark, getting the wicket of De Silva inside edge onto his stumps. And this is much better from Australia in terms of getting these wickets, putting Sri Lanka on the back foot. And that's what they've done here. Stark in, this one full, worked off the pads by Sri Lanka, down to fine leg for 1. He moves on to 5. It's 5 for 180. Five for 180, and Sri Lanka losing their 5th wicket in De Silva in this over to Stark after the rain delay. It's been a good start by Australia after the rain delay. Stark in, this one a play and a miss by Welligay. Through to the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over, 5 for 180. Yes. Sri Lanka, after a very good start, find themselves at 5 for 180. And Australia have done well to pick up wickets and just start to peg back Sri Lanka in this run chase. Sorry, in this first innings. The sun setting in Lucknow. And Sri Lanka 5 for 180. 33 overs completed. Sri Lanka on 5, Welligay on 1. Maxwell back into the attack. In now, this one is worked by Sri Lanka down to a long off or a single. He moves on to 6. 5 for 181 for Australia. Welligay on 1, Sri Lanka on 6. A couple of Glenn Maxwell supporters in the crowd, wearing some Glenn Maxwell shirts. And Australia will be very pleased with what they've done. Get Sri Lanka 5 down for 181. So they've done well to take wickets and peg Sri Lanka back, which is good to see. Maxwell in. This one defended to cover by Welligay for no run. Maxwell none for 29 from his 6.2 overs. He's in. This one defended by Welligay on the back foot, no run. It's been good from Australia. They pick up another wicket or 2 here. They'll be very pleased. Trying to restrict Sri Lanka to a manageable score to chase down. Oh, Maxwell in. And this one worked out to the fielder at deep cover point. And a single to Welligay. He moves on to 2. 182, sorry. But thanks everyone for joining us for today's stream of this World Cup match between Australia and Sri Lanka. Maxwell in. This one traps Welligay on the pads. It works its way out the ball to the offside for no run. And a dot ball. Maxwell in. And this one driven by Sri Lanka down to long off for a single. It's the end of the over. 5 for 183. Not a bad over from Maxwell. 3 from it. 3 singles from the over. 5 for 183. Sri Lanka 5 for 183, 34 overs. Mitchell Starc to continue. Starc in to Sri Lanka. This one full, outside edge. Down to third man for 1. Moves on to 8. Sri Lanka off 17. And Welligay on 2 off 5. Starc in. And this one left alone by Welligay. Outside off stump, through to the keeper, no run. And it's been good over here from Mitchell Starc. Yep, Australia. They've done pretty well in World Cups. We know the history there, of course. And very tough start to this World Cup in 2023, but they're hoping to turn things around today against Sri Lanka. Starc in again to Welligay. This one short, ducked under by Welligay. Lets it go to the keeper. No run. Good short ball from Starc. Keep Welligay honest. Keep him in two minds whether to play or leave for that short ball. That's very good from Starc just to keep the pressure on the youngster. 5 for 184. So Sri Lanka rebuilding after the fall of wickets, and just after the good start that they had, they're just starting to just fall away a bit here. Starc in. This one full, left alone again. Outside off stump by Welligay, through to the keeper, no run. Good start in this over from Starc in terms of building the pressure and keeping that pressure on Sri Lanka here. He's done pretty well, Mitchell Starc, in World Cups. He's played World Cup since 2015. Starc in, this one full. And worked for a quick single to mid-off, but I think he's run out Welligay. He is. It's a direct hit. That's a good piece of fielding. Not sure who was there at mid-off. I think it was Pat Cummins or Marnus Labuschagne. We'll see on the replay. I think it's Pat Cummins. Welligay's probably run out here. Direct hit. It was a quick single. Just got out of the blocks a little bit slow there, Welligay. Third umpire will decide his fate. They took on the run. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, he's out. He's gone. That bat's not grounded behind the popping crease. Welligay is gone. The dive didn't save him. Good piece of fielding from Pat Cummins at mid-on. That is the end of Welligay. Another wicket falls for Sri Lanka. They lose their 6th wicket. Welligay's got to go run out by Pat Cummins for 2. It's 6 for 184. Much better fielding from Australia, creating those half chances and executing them. And for Denith Welligay, it was a quick single, risky run, and he's paid the price with the run out. Direct hit from Cummins. He didn't miss. Right on the money. Another wicket for Australia. They've got Sri Lanka 6 for 184. So they're into the tail now, Australia, to wrap this up. Probably maybe keep Sri Lanka to a total of maybe over 200, maybe even under 200 if they can. Chamika Kururatne arrives at the crease at number 8. He's an all-rounder. He can bat a bit, bowl some medium pace. But Australia picking up the wicket. Pat Cummins, the run out of Welligay. Took on that risky run. And Sri Lanka just starting to lose the wickets at the back end of the innings after a very good start. It's just coming a little bit down and down and down as we approach the back end of this innings. Stark 1 for 36. About to bowl the final ball of his 8th over. Asalanka on strike. Stark to Asalanka. This one full defended to the fielder at cover. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. Successful over for Australia with the wicket, the run out from Pat Cummins. It's 6 for 184. 35 overs completed, 6 for 184. It's good from Australia picking up wickets. This is what we want to see in the field. Good fielding. And that was a very good piece of fielding from Pat Cummins. Just grazed the stumps. Welligay went for the dive, but he was out. Not by much in the end. It was, but unfortunately, the dive couldn't save them. Couldn't get that back grounded behind the popping crease. So he has to go. And Sri Lanka, 6 for 184 after the good opening partnership between Kusul Mendes and, Kusul Perera and Pavan Nusanka. They've just lost wickets at the wrong time, Sri Lanka, and that's really put them back in this batting performance today. Good pickup from Pat Cummins. Good movement into the ball. Good bounce into the stumps as well. The throw, get it on the bounce. He's pretty happy with that run out there, Pat Cummins, and Australia needed a better performance in the field. Maxwell to continue. This one on the pads, worked by Kururatne to deep square leg for 1. He's off the mark. And Sri Lanka 6 for 185. They have to rebuild again. The Sri Lankan team after the loss of the 6th wicket of Welligay. Maxwell none for 32 from his 7.1 overs. He's done okay. Maxwell in. This one full defended on the front foot to cover by Asalanka, and there's no run. Well, Sri Lanka in danger of not batting out the 50 overs here. 6 down into the tail for Australia. Maxwell in. This one worked down to mid-off for a single. Sri Lanka moves on to 9. 6 for 185 for Sri Lanka. Maxwell in. And this one defended by Kururatne for no run. Yep, Sri Lanka just struggling a wee bit here. Maxwell in. This one defended again by Kururatne on the front foot. No run. Good over from Maxwell. Couple of singles, couple of dots, building the pressure on Kururatne, new batter. He's 1 off 3. Maxwell in again. This one worked to mid-wicket for no run by Kururatne. And that's the end of the over. It's 6 for 186. Good over from Maxwell. A couple of runs conceded in the over, but tidy over nonetheless. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. I hope everyone's enjoying the World Cup. It's been quite an interesting tournament. And we've seen some very good cricket in this tournament. And we've seen some upsets, obviously England and Afghanistan yesterday, of course. And the defending champions, England, not really doing too well. They haven't really played well. Same with Australia, but Australia today, much better in the field. And Sri Lanka, that's a sorry-looking batting card for Sri Lanka. There's only 2 batters that have made double figures, and that was the opening partnership between Nusanka and Kusul Mendes. Everyone else is in single digits. And that's not good for Sri Lanka. Their batting has fallen away a little bit here. Hazelwood in, this one full defended by Asalanka for no run. And Sri Lanka just having a little bit of a collapse here with the wickets falling. 6 for 186. Could be in danger of not batting out the 450 overs. If Australia can get a bit of a move on and get a couple of wickets here, get them 8 down, and then they'll be very happy with that, Australia. Hazelwood in. This one full. Drop and run by Sri Lanka to the offside. They come through for a quick single. He moves on to 10. 6 for 187. So he's the third Sri Lankan batter to get to double figures today, Sri Lanka. Everyone else has struggled. Single digits in terms of their contributions to the total for Sri Lanka. And Hazelwood, none for 34. Hasn't got a wicket today. Into his 6th over. He'll be hoping for a wicket or 2 here. 2 wickets for 2 wickets for Cummins and Zampa, and a run out. And that was from Pat Cummins. Hazelwood into Kurakna. This one full defended by Kurakna to mid-on for no run. And he's 1 off 6. Sorry, 1 off 5. Well, Australia and Sri Lanka yet to win a game. Australia win today. They move up from the bottom of the table. At the moment, the leaders, India, New Zealand, South Africa, and Pakistan, are in the top 4 as we speak. But will that be the top 4 at the end of the tournament? We'll have to wait and see. Hazelwood in. This one full defended to the offside by Kurakna for no run. 6 for 187 is a pretty good situation for Australia to be in to keep Sri Lanka to batting first. Sri Lanka today. And I think Kusum Mendis and Sri Lanka would have expected more from the batters. Good opening partnership, and then it just fell away with the loss of wickets here and there. Australia, they've got Pakistan, the Netherlands, and New Zealand to follow in their next 3 matches after this. Hazelwood in. This one short. Ducked under by Kurakna. Lets it go to the keeper for no run. And for Sri Lanka, their next 3 games, they've got the Netherlands in Lucknow, which will be on the 21st of October. They've got England at Bengaluru, and they've got Afghanistan towards the end of the month in Pune. So that's Sri Lanka's next 3 games after this game against Australia. Hazelwood in. This one short. Defended to backward point by Kurakna for no run. It's the end of the over. 6 for 187. Gian says, can Australia chase down 280 though? Well, if they pick up another couple of wickets here, Jihan, I don't think they'll be chasing 280. But at the moment, 6 for 187. Sri Lanka may not bat out the 50 overs. So if they pick up a couple of wickets here, Australia, they can definitely keep Sri Lanka down to low 200s. I think they should be able to chase that down. So whereas Sri Lanka have just lost wickets at the wrong times. So at the moment, Australia will be very happy with the current situation. 6 for 187. A couple of wickets here. Get rid of Sri Lanka, who's the last recognised batter, into the tail pretty much with Tikshana and Madshun Shanaka. Then I think Australia will be happy to chase down anything in the mid to low 200s. For Sri Lanka, it's a bit of a rebuilding phase at the moment. Adam Zampa's back. Hazelwood off. Zampa in. He's got 4 overs left. He's got 2 for 37. Confidence to be gained by Adam Zampa today, picking up those couple of wickets. He's definitely bowled better in this match today than he has in the previous games against India and South Africa. Zampa into Sri Lanka. This one lofted. Over mid-off. Over long off, in fact, for 6. And that's the first 6 of the innings for Sri Lanka. And then there's 6 for 193, Sri Lanka. Looking to accelerate here. He's face a few balls. He's got to get a bit of a move on for Sri Lanka. That's a very nice shot. Just lofted over the long off boundary for a maximum. But for Australia, they're thinking about a couple of more wickets here. Just a couple more wickets. Put the screws on Sri Lanka. Zampa in. This one worked to the leg side by Sri Lanka to the fielder at deep square leg for 1. Steve Smith does the fielding. He moves on to 17. 6 for 194, Sri Lanka. So that will bring Kururatne on strike. So the first 6 for Sri Lanka in this innings today, coming off the bat of Sri Lanka. Zampa in. And this one down the leg side, nearly collecting the leg stump. Well bowled from Zampa. It was a dot ball. That one turned and straightened and nearly collected the leg stump. Nearly bowled Kururatne around his legs. Zampa in. And this one worked to the leg side by Kururatne. Pick up a single. He moves on to 2. 6 for 195. Good comeback from Zampa after the 6. A couple of singles on a dot. Sri Lanka on strike. Can Zampa tempt him into a big shot? Probably miss tie one in the air, get caught in the deep or something. Zampa in. This one full and punch down the ground to long off for a single from Sri Lanka. He moves on to 18. 6 for 196. The lights are on here in Lucknow and the crowd watching this game between Australia and Sri Lanka. Zampa in. This one traps Kururatne on the pads and given by Joel Wilson. Raises the finger. That is the end of Kururatne's innings. I don't think he's going to review that. He's turning. He's walking off. That is the end of Kururatne. Zampa picks up his third to end the over. Kururatne gone for 2. And Adam Zampa picks up his third wicket. It was the wrong one. It went straight on. And Adam Zampa picks up another wicket. Not a bad way to finish the over from Adam Zampa. The Australian fans are delighted. Kururatne gone for 2. It's 7 for 196. Good to see Adam Zampa in the wickets today. 3 wickets. He's bowled well. Adam Zampa, he's got 3 overs left. John says this is where the bowlers have to hold their nerve and not panic. Cool heads, lads. Couldn't agree more, John. And you say that's better. Of course. Absolutely. That's better. That's what we want to see. As Mahesh Tikshata arrives at number 9. Australia now into the tail. They can wrap it up quickly here. Bowl Sri Lanka out for over just 200. And they'll be definitely backing themselves to chase that down. It's definitely not 300. That's for sure. But Sri Lanka, 7 for 196. It's been good from Adam Zampa today. Good to see him pick up wickets. He started a little bit sketchy, but he's managed to get the confidence with the wickets here. And Australia really applying the pressure on Sri Lanka. Hazelwood in. This one full defended by Sri Lanka on the offside. No run. Just having a look at this LBW from Zampa. Now, Wrongen trapped Kururatne right in front. And no hesitation from Joel Wilson to give that out. It was plumb as. And Kururatne knew as soon as it hit his pad, he walked off immediately. 7 for 196 for Sri Lanka. Hazelwood to Sri Lanka. This one guided down to third man by Sri Lanka off the face of the bat. for a single down to third man, 7 for 197. Jihan says, I hope they don't start bowling like they did to Wokes and Woods during the Ashes. I don't think they would, Jihan. I think they would have learnt their lesson from that. Just keep it simple. Bowl full and straight to the tail ender. Bowl a short ball occasionally. Don't overdo it. And, tail enders, they tend to struggle if you bowl a good line of length to them, and they'll make a mistake. So just have to be patient, that's all. Not overdo it. Just keep doing the basics, really. So if Australia can wrap it up quickly, bowl Sri Lanka out for, 200, just over 200, I think they'll be very pleased. And obviously Sri Lanka's bowling's quite poor and their weak link compared to their batting, then Australia have a good chance of chasing the runs down. Hazelwood in to Theekshana. This one short, ducked under by Theekshana. Lets it go to the keeper, no run. So Sri Lanka in danger of not batting out the full 50 overs here. We've still got a lot of overs to go. So David Warner, he's going to be important in the run chase as always. Mitchell Marsh. When Australia come out to bat whatever they're chasing, it looks like it's probably not going to be a high total. Australia will be looking to wrap it up quickly with these last 3 wickets. Pretty much into the tail now. Theekshana still on strike to Hazelwood, who continues. He's in now. This one full and punched by Theekshana, but can't beat Smith at backward point, and there's no run. Good fielding from Smith. Much better from Australia tonight. Good to see that intensity in the field. We saw a good catch from David Warner. We saw a good run out from Pat Cummins. Good signs. Australia are much better in the field in terms of their mindset and intensity. And Sri Lanka, after a good start, they're on track for a good score, but now they've just fallen away a bit. Hazelwood in. This one short outside off stump. Left alone by Theekshana. Through to the keeper, no run. So Sri Lanka yet again in a rebuilding phase. Lost another wicket. New batter comes to the crease. I suppose they've got Sri Lanka at the crease at the moment, 19 of 27, but he needs support from the other end. He can't do it by himself. So he needs the tail enders in Theekshana and co, Kumara and Madhud Shanaka to come to support him if they can. Hazelwood in. This one short down the leg side. It's going to be called wide. Didn't quite get that out of the hand right there, Hazelwood. Has to re-bowl that one. But not a bad over, just the 2 runs from it, a single and a wide. And Sri Lanka will take every run they can get. Because at the moment, struggling a wee bit in terms of the fall of wickets. And good to see this from Australia. Good to see them picking up wickets. And that's what we want to see from them in terms of the bowling performance. Hazelwood in. This one short, ducked under again by Theekshana. Through to the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over. It's 7 for 198. Not a bad over from Hazelwood. Couple of runs off the over. Single and a wide. 11 overs remain in the Sri Lanka innings. Can they bat out the full 50 overs? That will be the goal for them, realistically. For Australia, they'll be hoping to pick up the last 3 wickets and wrap it up. As Adam Zampa comes back into the bowl his 8th over. 3 for 46. He's bowled really well. City of Lucknow, the stadium here in Lucknow was covered in the lights that are shining down on the stadium. Zampa in. This one worked to the leg side by Asalanka, for a single. 7 for 199, Sri Lanka. He's on 20 off 28. Theekshana yet to score off 4 deliveries. Takes guard. Faces up to Adam Zampa now. Not a big crowd in tonight, just a sprinkling of people. Hopefully that will build up as the evening continues. Zampa. in. And this one traps Theekshana in front, hits him on the pads, and given by Joel Wilson. Another LBW for Adam Zampa. Theekshana looks confused and bemused. He's asking us, Sri Lanka, should we go upstairs? But it looked pretty good to me. Joel Wilson agreed, raised his finger. He's got to go for the review if he wants it, Theekshana. Nearly out of time. He goes up for the review. Zampa's got his fourth. Sri Lanka 8 down for 199, but he's reviewed it, Theekshana. Looked pretty good to me. I don't think he got any bat on it. Looked pretty good. It was in front of the stumps. Another wrong one again from Zampa, trapping Theekshana on the crease. It was a wrong one. Went straight on. Kept a little bit low. Oh, yeah, that's crashing into the stumps for sure. No bat involved. It's a review and hope for Theekshana there. That looks pretty good to me. Jihan says Joel Wilson's given LBWs. Is he all right? Well, Jihan, that's pretty plumb. You know, I don't know why he reviewed it. That's hitting leg stump. So review loss for Sri Lanka. It was a review and hope for Maresh Theekshana. Joel Wilson will stay with his decision of out. Correct decision. It hit the leg stump flush. Adam Zampa's got 4. He could get a 5 for, maybe 6 for. Theekshana's got to go for a duck. It's 8 for 199. Good to see Adam Zampa in the wickets. 4 wickets for him. It's probably going to be a good performance if he can pick up a 5 for. That would be pretty good for his confidence as Kumara arrives to the crease. The fast bowler from Sri Lanka. Laru Kumara at number 10. He arrives with Sri Lanka 8 down for 199. The end is nigh for Sri Lanka. Jihan says, I wished for a collapse like Pakistan's the other day. It looks like it could happen. You're probably right, Jihan. Probably Sri Lanka in danger of not batting out the 50 overs. So, it just collapsed really. Since that opening partnership, everyone's really faltered, really. So it's been good from Australia. Adam Zampa could get a 6 for. He could get the last 2 wickets and wrap it up here, and I think he's probably a good chance of doing that. He's got 2 overs left after this. Adam Zampa giving the ball a good rip at the top of his mark. He's in now to Kumara. This one keeps a little bit low, but Kumara gets it down to mid-on for no run. John says Wilson did take a long, hard look at it first, Jihan. He did. And that's very important. As an umpire, just take your time, but not too long, just to sum up everything. If everything, you can tick it off the checklist in terms of LBWs, and then you'll give your decision. That's an important thing as an umpire. Just take your time, but not too long. Joel Wilson took his time, not too long, made his decision, and at the end of the day, it was the right decision, which is very important as an umpire, just to sum up all those points that you need to tick off for an LBW. Zampa in, this one full, defended by Kumara for no run to mid-on. It's the end of the over. It is 8 for 199. Oh, sorry, 1 ball left. Went a little bit too early there. Jihan says, yeah, true. Probably thinking about excuses not to give it. Adam Zampa, 1 ball left off his 8th over. Could he get a 5 for? He's in now to Kumara on this one. Left alone by Kumara. Through to the keeper, no run. End of the over, 8 for 199. Jihan, you say, I remember how Buckner used to think for a while, then nod. Yeah, he needs to take his time a little bit, Steve Buckner, and then give his decision. That was just his thing, really. That was just one of his mannerisms. Think about it, give the little nod, and then raise the finger. Some umpires do that, others don't. I don't do that. I just raise the finger and do that. But other umpires do that. They just give a little nod and then just raise the finger and said, yep, that's out. It's whatever you want to do, really. It's up to you. Individuality in terms of umpiring, your different methods and different ways of giving decisions. But with Steve Buckner, used to think a little bit, give a little bit of a nod, and then raise the finger and take his time. It's the same with Rudy Kutsin as well. He used to give a little bit of time as well and then raised his fingers in a slow manner. Stark in. This one, an outside edge from Sri Lanka down to third man for a single. 200 up for Sri Lanka, but 8 down. Not in an ideal position, Sri Lanka, with the bat. They've lost 4 wickets for 33 in that little over period, overs 31 to 40. They've lost 4 wickets for 33. Previous spell of overs, 21 to 30, they lost 4 for 52. So Australia have done well to peg it back. John says he might have been thinking about scratching his nose instead. Yes, that's what Greg Davidson did to Rashid Khan. He gave it out, but then he decided not to give it out with that little scratch of the nose. Stark in. This one, an inside edge by Kumara, down to find leg for a boundary. He's off the mark. Mitchell Stark looking to aim for those pads and stumps. Kumara was good enough to get a bit of bat on that. Gian says, forgot Asalanka was still in. Yeah, he's still in, but he's at the non-striker's end, though. Kumara nearly chopped it onto his stumps. Not far away from that leg stump for Mitchell Stark. You can wrap it up, Stark, quickly. You can pick up 2 wickets in an over. Wrap it up quickly with his prowess with the ball. Stark in. This one full. Defended by Kumara. Back to Stark for no run. It's been disappointing from Sri Lanka with the batting performance today. They started really well. Opening partnership got them off to a good start, but then they've lost wickets after that. Only 3 batters have made double figures, and that's Asalanka, who's in at the moment, 21. And obviously the openers in Nisanka and Kusul Pereira. Besides from that, everyone's made a single-digit score, which sums up their batting this evening. Stark in. This one short. Ducked away, Kumara. Lets it go to the keeper for no run. It's good from Stark. Good aggression with the ball. Bowl a short ball. Keep the batter honest. Nearly approaching 6 o'clock local time in India, in Lucknow. And Australia a little bit behind the over rate in terms of the penalty. They have to bring a fielder back from the outfield into the 30-yard circle for the last over. But I don't think that would matter, seeing that Sri Lanka are 8 down with still 10 overs to play. Bowled him! Cleaned them up. Yorker, full and straight at the stumps from Stark. Kumara's gone for 4. And Sri Lanka lose their 9th wicket. The end is nigh for Sri Lanka. They're not going to bat out their 50 overs. They're going to fall well short of that. This has been good from Stark. He's been probing. 2nd wicket for him. Kumara could not do anything about that. Couldn't get the bat down in time. It was a good Yorker from Stark at leg stump. Hit the base of leg stump. Bowl a good old-fashioned Yorker. Mitchell Stark picks up another one for Australia. Kumara got to go for 4. It's 9 for 204. Well, it's been good from Australia. They pegged it back nicely. And Sri Lanka disappointing with their batting today. They won the toss, chose to bat first. 204 ain't going to be a very good score to defend. Well, so we have a bit of a misty shower coming across the ground, but Sri Lanka are 9 down, and we are going to play through this misty shower, I think. As Dilshan Maddosh-Shanaka comes to the crease. Number 11. John says 9 down, yes. Yeah, it's been good. I think Australia's bowled really well today. They bowled better. They got it right. They bowled okay at the start, but then they lost their way a little bit, but they've done well to peg it back here. As the rain falls, bit of wind and blustery conditions out there at the moment. Hopefully the wind will blow the rain away as Australia begin the run chase. As Sri Lanka are 9 down for 204, the rain's pelting down in this misty sort of drizzle shower. As Stark gets ready to bowl to Mashdush Shanaka. Who's on strike? Stark in. This one full and defended to point for no run. It's the end of the over. It's 9 for 204. John, you say shower or a dust devil? I'm not sure, John. It looks like rain, but I'm not really well known with my geography of India. I'm not really sure if Lucknow gets a bit of dust storms, but I think they do. It is quite desert-like out there, so I won't be surprised if it's a dust storm or something like that, but it looks like rain to me. I'm not sure. Maybe dust. It looks like it. Yeah, it looks a bit dusty. Mitchell Starc, 54 wickets in World Cup cricket for him. He's only one away from overtaking Wasim Akram, another fellow left-armer. Glenn McGrath has more wickets for Australia World Cup cricket with 71, so Mitchell Starc's got a long way to beat that. Maxwell to continue. This one defended by Sri Lanka for no run. It is a little bit dusty out there in Lucknow. It's not rain. I think it's just dust. That's a bit of a dust storm, I think. Not too sure. Maxwell in. This one defended again by Sri Lanka for no run. So Glenn Maxwell's bowling because Australia are behind in the overs. They're 3 overs behind. Maxwell in. This one plain a miss by Sri Lanka. Through the keeper, no run. Good take from Inglis. He's bowled really well. Maxwell in. This one beats Sri Lanka. Past his outside edge. Bit of extra bounce. Through to the keeper, no run. Maxwell bowling his overs quickly like Ravinder Jadeja. Maxwell in. And this one drop and run to the offside by Sri Lanka to point for a single. He moves on to 21. Sri Lanka 9 for 204. Sorry, 9 for 205. With that single as Mashdush Shanaka, the number 11. He's been given one ball to survive from Glenn Maxwell. And he does it well. Defends for no run. It's the end of the over. It's 9 for 205. Australia looking just to wrap it up. Pick up the last wicket. And wrap it up today. It's been good from Australia, this bowling performance. I think they've bowled better today. Adam Zampa's bowled well. Good for his confidence to get 4 wickets. Hopefully he can get a fifer if he comes back into the attack. But he's bowled well nonetheless today. Mitchell Starc's got 2 wickets. He's in again for his last over. Can he finish it off? He's in now to Sri Lanka. This one short, pulled by Sri Lanka down to the fielder at mid-on for no run. Just a flat battered pull shot there from Sri Lanka down the ground. Didn't quite time it at all. Keeping the strike, of course, he's the last recognised batter. And Sri Lanka are 9 down with the number 11 in at the crease. Starc, can he finish it off? Bowler Yorker like he did to Kamara. Starc in. This one full driven. And cut off by the fielder at cover and Marsh for no run. Sorry, for a single. They do take the single. Not too sure about that. You would want Sri Lanka to face majority of the balls here. Starc about to bowl his third delivery of his final over. He's in now to Mashdush Shanaka. This one full defended to fielder at point for no run. Adam Zampa, just having a look at his wickets today. Got the big wicket of Kusal Mendes, and he's picked up a few LBWs, and with that wrong'un, much better from Adam Zampa today, and definitely good signs for him and for Australia going forward. And he's starting to get the confidence back with the ball. He's been struggling in the first 2 games for that. Stark, can he finish it up on this ball here? Into Madhush Shanaka. This one full, defended for no run. So Australia will be very pleased with their bowling performance today. Keeping Sri Lanka to the low 200s is a good result. Much better today. Fielding's been good. They've taken some catches and some run-outs. They dropped a catch or 2 there, but not as much as they did the other night against South Africa. Stark in. This one short down the leg side. And this one called a wide by umpire Gaffney. It's a real dust storm out there. Bags and leaves are blowing everywhere on the ground. And we just had a bit of a dust storm that's come into Lucknow. Leaves blowing everywhere and blowing a gale out there. So we have a delay. The wind causing the delay in terms of things blowing around in the stadium, putting the batter off. So we have a bit of a delay here as we try and sort out something that's happened. One of the banners has blown off onto the field, and just waiting for that to be cleared up by the ground staff and the ground authority. Cummins and Stark talking to umpire Gaffney about it and talking about this weather. Well, the ground staff are in action, mainly just to sort out that problem with one of the banners that have fallen off the rim of the stadium roof. It's blown off completely, this dust storm. Pretty violent out there at the moment, but the players seem unfazed by it. Just waiting. A little bit of a delay here as the crowd start to retreat to shelter from this violent wind. The umpires are having a chat, talking to the Australians. All is well. I think we're good to go after that short delay. Mitchell Stark getting ready to commence after that short delay with the banner blowing in the very violent wind here in Lucknow. Madhush Shanaka still on strike, yet to score off 4 deliveries. He's got 2 balls to survive here from Stark. Stark in. This one full and defended by Madhush Shanaka for no run. Stark definitely targeting those stumps. And Madhush Shanaka did well to get the bat down on that one. Adam Zampa, his variations, his leg spinner, the cross seamer, and the wrong'un, or the googly, which has brought him success today with the 4 wickets that he's picked up in the innings. Stark in. And this one defended by Madhush Shanaka to backward point for no run. He survives. It's the end of the over, 9 for 207. And that completes Mitchell Stark's quota of 10 overs today. Well, that dust storm seems to have passed. A little bit blustery and here in Lucknow, but the Australian bowling card, 4 wickets for Zampa. That's what we want to see. 2 wickets for Cummins and Stark and a run out. So it's been pretty good by the Australians today in terms of the bowling performance. Much better today. The fielding's been good. Glenn Maxwell to complete his quota of 10. And he's going to be bowling to Asalenka, who defends to the leg side. And there is no run. Adam Zampa just wearing some sort of compression ice sort of thing around his hip, around his abdomen, his stomach. So he's probably feeling a little bit sore around about that midriff, probably carrying some sort of injury or something. Maxwell in to Asalenka. This one chipped over cover. Down to long off for a couple of runs by Asalenka. Nearly was his undoing, but he picks up a couple of runs. Or in the end, no run, in fact. Bit of confusion there if they want. No, sorry, a couple of runs. The score didn't quite tick over there. A couple of runs there from Asalenka. And Madhush Shanaka, he was slow to come out of the striker's end. Maxwell in. This one high in the air from Asalenka. Long on underneath it. Labuschagne takes the catch comfortably. Maxwell picks up the last wicket. Labuschagne makes no mistake of that catch. He takes it quite easily. And Asalenka's gone for 25. And Sri Lanka are bowled out for 209. 7 overs short of facing the 50 overs. And you've got to say that that's probably well below par score for the 1996 Cricket World Cup winners in Sri Lanka. That is the end of the innings. Australia need 210 to win from 50 overs. Good bowling performance from Australia. They'll be delighted with this bowling performance to keep Sri Lanka to 209 all out. You've got to say that's a pretty good day at the office with the ball. Much better. And sadly, they'll be backing themselves to chase down 210. They should chase down 210. They only need 4 runs and over to do that from 50 overs. Sri Lanka well below their best with the bat today. Started well with the opening partnership of Kusa Pereira and Pathum Nissanka. But apart from that partnership, the rest of the batters struggled. They lost wickets at regular intervals. And Australia managed to get back to some sort of their best with the ball today. But you got to say, it's a much better bowling performance. I think they should chase it down. John, you say today, totally different fielding performance today. They'll take heart from that. Yeah, they caught well. They created those half chances. They got the run out. Pat Cummins, that run out. David Warner, that good catch off Adam Zampa to get rid of Kusal Mendes. The bowling was good. So they'll definitely take a lot out of that. That's for sure, John. Much better. That's what we wanted from Australia in the first 2 games. But they should be able to chase down 210. And for Sri Lanka, the lack of partnerships. 125 was the highest one. Opening wicket, Nissanka and Pereira. Apart from that, not really too many partnerships to speak of. Jihan says, is it going to be rained off? I don't think it is, Jihan. I think it's just a little bit of a dust storm or something. I don't think it was rain. No one was really going for cover. But Australia will get a move on in the run chase down the runs and improve the net run rate. It's at -1 at the moment. So if they chase down the runs in less than 30 overs, improve the net run rate definitely. But much better today. As you say, Jihan, much better performance in the field today. Yeah, very, very good performance indeed. And I think Australia will take confidence from that as well. Much better today, good energy. Very good in terms of how they've performed today with the ball. So Australia need 210 to win. They will need that from 50 overs at a run rate of 4.20 runs per over. They should do that easily you would think. Sri Lanka, their bowling is undermanned. It's their weak link, and they're probably going to struggle to defend 210. Jihan says Zampa is injured. Well, we did see that in terms of him getting some treatment. He's got some ice on his side or his stomach, so a bit sore near his hip in that. So he did well today to get 4 wickets and battle through the pain, Zampa. So that's what you want to see in terms of him just ploughing through the pain a little bit there. So he's managing that injury. So hopefully he'll press on and, get the job done for Australia, which he has done today. He got 4 wickets. He bowled well through that little bit of an injury, which is debilitating him in some little way. But there we go. So we'll just have a bit of a recap of Sri Lanka's innings, and then we'll talk about the run chase, and then we will finish off our live stream today. We're only doing the first innings today. Sri Lanka, they won the toss. They batted first, all out for 209 from 43.3 overs. It was a very good opening partnership between Pathum Nusanka and Kusul Perera. Really put Sri Lanka off to a good start, set a good foundation. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to continue on that partnership, which ended at 125. Nusanka was the first wicket to go. He was gone for 61. And then Kusul Perera followed for 78, bowled by Cummins. Kusul Mendes caught Warner, bowled Zampa for 9. Sadira, Sakuma Wakamaria, he was gone LBW to Zampa for 8. And then Dhananjaya De Silva was gone, bowled by Stark for 7. And then Welligay was run out by Pat Cummins for 2. And then Chamika Kururakna was LBW to Adam Zampa for 2. And then Tikshana was gone for a duck LBW to Zampa. And then Kumara was the 9th wicket to fall. He was gone, bowled by Stark for 4. And the last wicket to fall was Asalanka for 25. Caught Labuschagne, bowled Maxwell. And Sri Lanka all out for 209 in 43.3 overs. The bowling card, Australia shared the wickets around. Mitchell Starc, 10 overs, 2 for 43. Josh Hazelwood, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 36. Pat Cummins, 7 overs, 2 for 32. Then Maxwell, 9.3 overs, 1 for 36. Adam Zampa, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 47. And Marcus Stonis, 2 overs, none for 11. So much better fielding and bowling performance by Australia today. They will need 210 runs to win at around about of a required run rate of 4 and over, which they should be able to get the job done. So there we go. And that's the situation of the match, and that's how Sri Lanka went about their performance. John, you say predicting a DLS loss, Jihan? Cruel. Well, let's hope DLS Duckworth-Lewis doesn't come into equation today. But much better bowling performance by Australia today. Sri Lanka disappointed with their batting efforts today. All righty then, there we go. So that's what's in store for Australia, chasing 210 to win. After losing the toss, after Sri Lanka won the toss today, it's a pretty good result for Australia. Well, that's all the time we've got for today, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for joining us for the last 4 hours of this first innings between Australia and Sri Lanka. It's been good fun, as always. And we will sign off and see if Australia can chase down these runs. 210 from 50 overs, they should be able to do that and should be able to get their first win on the board, you would think. in this match. So there we have it. And before we go, making sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on Twitter and Instagram. And the podcast is available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. Make sure you follow us on all those platforms. And so you don't miss out on any episodes of the podcast, but also the World Cup as well, which we have plenty of content to come. Thank you, John. Thanks for joining us as always. Thank you to Jihan, if you're listening still. And thanks to everyone who joined us in this live stream today. It's been great fun. Our next live stream will be the next game that Australia plays. That will be Pakistan. And that will be in a few days' time. I think that's on the 20th of October. Join us for that next live stream once again. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. The podcast is available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. Make sure you subscribe and follow us on those platforms and support the podcast. But thanks, everyone, for joining us. Until next time, keep safe and bye for now.